Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy.
Here.
Councilmember Landman. Here. Councilmember Tamala. Present. Councilmember Schlegel.
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Honzak.
Here.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Okay, I've received a message from Councilmember Westlick, and she is on her way. So, good evening, everyone. I am going to go through, there is a quick change to the agenda for this evening. So for tonight, we will have the public hearing on the FY26 budget. Our legislative update, we will have voting sessions, the resolution repealing Resolution 2016-16 regarding eligible uses of the Community Development Block Grant Funds, a resolution revising the guidelines for the Community Quality of Life Grant Program, and the first reading ordinance amended Tacoma Park Code 13.20.040A9, parking or standing prohibited areas. The resolution adopting the 2025-2026 City Council priorities will be moved to next week in the interest of time this evening. We have two presentations, the quarterly financial report, the FY25 second quarter, budget reconciliation spreadsheet is a presentation, and then we will jump into our budget work sessions. The first department budget presentations include the Recreation Department, Police Department, General Government, which includes the City Manager's Office, Information Technology, Human Services, ARPA, Finance, City Clerk, and Communications. And for Wednesday, April the 2nd, we'll meet at our regular time, 7:30. We will have, I should also add for tonight's meeting, we do have a swearing in for an ethics commissioner this evening, so. And for Wednesday, April the 2nd, council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We'll start with a proclamation, the Monarch Pledge proclamation, a legislative update, and then we will have voting sessions, the second reading ordinance amended Tacoma Park Code 13.20.040A9, parking or standing prohibited areas. We'll have a union presentation from ASME Local, and we'll have a union presentation from Local 400. We will also, as I mentioned, have a voting item on the resolution adopting the resolution adopting the 2025-2026 City Council priorities. And then we will continue with our budget discussions in terms of budget work session focused on budget reconciliation. On Wednesday, April the 9th, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We'll have our second public hearing on the budget. We'll have a legislative update. We will have a presentation on the performance measurement project update. And then we will continue our budget work sessions. We'll have budget reconciliation. There will also be sidewalk and traffic calming project recommendations, follow-up discussions, as well as any additional budget reconciliation items. And so with that, I am going to take care of our swearing in first. So today we have a swearing in of Siddharth Ramalingham. Awesome. Come on up here. Excellent. So you're gonna raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and that I will independently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of Ethics Commissioner for the City of Tacoma Park in the state of Maryland, according to the Constitution and laws of this state and the Charter and Code of the City of Tacoma Park. Congratulations. You have to sign and I have to sign.
Sorry about that. Here you go.
We have nowhere to sign.
There's nowhere to sign.
All right, let's see. Let's see if we can do it over here. I'm gonna move this mic back.
Sorry about that.
Maybe I broke that.
You need both copies?
I thought I'd give one to the commissioner.
So we're gonna sign one more?
You could have one for your files. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you again and congratulations, and we appreciate your service. So the next item we have on the agenda this evening is our legislative update.
evening.
Good evening.
Hope everybody's doing well. With about a dozen days left in the legislative session, we've come to the point where everything is a little, it's very stop and go, where things get scheduled, get delayed, and then everything moves super fast. So all of that's happening all at once. We have the budget situation is that the House has passed its version of the budget. The Senate is poised to start moving the budget here at the end of the week, and should be finalized the beginning of next week. And then the House and Senate will begin discussions in a conference committee to work out the differences. There seem to be a few differences in some of the taxes that they're raising, and lots of differences in some of the budget reductions they've made. And then, of course, some of the differences in the blueprint, the public education bill, are very significant, and that impacts the budget. So those things are still left hanging out there, along with the other big topic in Annapolis is energy. And there's been some information in the news about some of that, and all kinds of activities and possibilities right now with pieces of legislation on that. As for some of the issues, very specifically that the City of Tacoma Park has worked on, fresh this afternoon is movement on the unlawfully restrictive covenants bill. It was in a subcommittee in the House. It's passed the Senate, it's in the House, passed the subcommittee, which means it's well on its way to success. So that's very good. Just about everything else we've worked on is sitting in committee for the bills that were cross-filed, for the ones that crossed over in time, for the House bills in the Senate and Senate bills in the House. They're still sitting there waiting to get voted on. It's nothing unusual at this point. The House was just focused totally on the budget. Things will start moving very quickly, as I said. For the House bills that didn't have cross files, they're over in the Senate. Most of them just getting hearings this week. So there's going to be a lot of voting that happens next week, and we'll keep you posted on what things move. I'm happy to answer questions, but, it's the sitting and waiting for votes to happen. And obviously counting votes where needed. For the things that look like they're moving, it's about making sure bills get on the voting list. For things that are stuck for a reason, it's lobbying and seeing what action, if any, from the city that would be helpful.
Great, thank you so much. And Councilmember DeBala and I were in Rockville last night with the meet and confer with the Montgomery County Council, and one of the things that they stressed was wait and see for them is also what's happening with the state budget as it pertains to their budget. So, so has all of are we still waiting on a lot of the different aspects of the budget still, or are some things?
So technically, and we're talking about the operating budget,
Correct.
the capital budget, it hasn't been announced yet. We're assuming before the end of this week, the House will make its decisions on the capital budget. But as far as the operating budget goes, the House has made all of its decisions. The Senate committee, the Budget and Tax Committee, has made its decisions. So the budget will be going to the floor of the Senate before the end of this week. And absent any floor amendments, which is unlikely, they'll take everything to conference committee. In past year, in normal years, if you will, financially normal years, they really only discuss the things where there are differences. When budget is the picture it is right now, there's always an opportunity that something new or somewhat changed happens that isn't sort of just between, the 10 here from the House and the 5 here from the Senate, and you end up in the middle. Sometimes it goes kind of wonky, and when the budget is this much in flux. So, and they're making decisions, they really have to make decisions on the budget and taxes all together. So if they are negotiating on a particular tax measure, revenue measure, that's going to impact the decision in the budget. So all of that is to say, we don't know everything yet. Some of one of the things that's easy to say that I don't believe will change is there was no messing with the highway user revenue, which is, I know, an annual perennial concern, and that wasn't really in jeopardy this year. That's one thing I can tell you don't have to worry about.
Well, that's good. That's good news. All right. Any questions for Ann? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ann, for all of your work representing us well in Annapolis. We really appreciate all of the work that you've been doing, and also all of the work that the legislative working group has been taking on. Councilmember Wesselek, Councilmember DeBala, and Councilmember Landman. So thank you all so much. All right.
Right.
Thank you. Good night. So we are going to get ready to go into our public hearing on the budget. All that excitement, right? I just want to make sure, because this is sometimes a little bit of an issue. Have folks signed up? I have sign-up sheets that I'm going to read from. I see a lot of shaking heads. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Let me go ahead and transfer the names. Yep. Do we have any extra sheets? Okay. No worries. Let me write down these names and then the first 5. And then from there, we will.
We usually will just call it, if there's anybody else that wants to speak.
We can just do general.
We'll just, if anybody, after you go through the sign up, then does anybody else want to speak on the budget?
And they can
Just let
come up
them
in order.
speak,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep, that'll work. And do we have virtual folks or no?
We have one.
Okay. Excellent. thank you for helping me to get a little time to get the logistics together. So, because I see a lot of startled faces in the audience about sign up, this is how this is going to work. I have 2 sign up sheets. I'm going to call the names that are on these sheets to start. But fear not, if you did not have an opportunity to sign up, we will then open the floor for folks to come up to provide your comments. Just as a reminder for everyone, let's stick to the 3 minutes. It is helpful for myself and my colleagues if you could please provide your name as well as your ward before you speak. Okay? All right. So let's get this party started. Tom Morris Jr.
Good evening.
Let's make
I'm
sure.
from the Between the Creeks neighborhood, Houston Avenue. Been in this neighborhood for 41 years, and I've served on the Police Chief Advisory Board, Citizen Advisory Board, for about 13 years. By profession, I'm a career journalist, former member of the White House Press Corps, and I was with America's Most Wanted for some 20 years as an investigative reporter, profiling criminals, helping victims with advocacy and getting justice. And during those years, I've been in 43 states and police departments and sheriff's departments across the country, large and small, New York, Chicago, to Paducah, Kentucky, and places much smaller than that. And I've seen a lot of 911 command centers, a lot of dispatch centers. And ours here in Tacoma Park is the smallest one I've ever seen. And we want to make sure that this is important enough for us to get that upgraded to a comfortable place where the dispatchers can actually work and feel comfortable in there. A lot of people don't know what happens in the minds of 911 dispatchers. We call 911, we expect someone to take the call, to address our issue, and we don't think about it anymore. But I was involved with a film 2 years ago, a documentary called PTSD 911. And in this documentary, we followed about 6 first responders from across the country, firemen, sheriff's deputies, police officer from Frederick, Maryland, and one was a 911 dispatcher named Nicole from Boston. We finished the film, it premiered in the fall of 2022. A year later, Nicole committed suicide. She was a 911 dispatcher, and the things that she had gone through, taking calls, were that traumatic to her that she took her life. And I wanted to just stress this to people here, that the 911 center is a very, very critical thing in our city, for our police department, and the people that do that job need all of the creature comforts they can be provided that we can afford to provide if we can. So that's what I wanted to talk about, and that's really all I have to say about it. And I hope we can find some way to make their space more palatable and comfortable for them.
Thank you very much. Next up, Gail Fisher Stewart.
Good evening. I'm Gail Fisher Stewart, Ward 1. I've lived in the Tacoma Park since 1984, and I am here to ask you to go forth with the long overdue, already planned upgrade for the police department. Since 1984, I have worked with every police chief save for one who did not want to play well. I have served on the Public Safety Citizens Advisory Committee. I currently serve on the Police Chief Advisory Committee. I serve as the police chaplain. And when the department moved to community policing, I wrote the grant that brought the Department of Justice training here for the community. But this evening, I come as a retired police commander. I retired from the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. as a captain. And you want to know what my main job was, my main responsibility was? It was making sure that my people had the resources they need to do their job. My other function was to be their cheerleader, to make sure that morale was high. Because if they had what they needed to do their jobs and morale was high, that meant that the community was served well. And so when I talk about morale, part of that has to do with the working environment. And I have to tell you, walking through the station, and I've been through many stations like Tom, the station is depressing. It is claustrophobic. There is little or no natural light anywhere. Dispatch is a cubbyhole. And I know sometimes I forget things. I know I'm getting older, but I think I remember when dispatch was on the second floor and there was at least sun, right? There was at least sun and they saw people. But then it was moved downstairs, right? It lacks office space. It lacks ADA compliant restroom. People come in to meet with the police and they can't use the restroom. And if you've ever been in there, and I mean really been in there are dead ends and switchbacks which make navigating the station confusing. If there was ever an emergency and there were people in there who are not familiar, it might be difficult to even get out. Okay? There's a little privacy for folks to conduct interviews, for community people to come in and voice complaints or commendations, or to even report crimes. And when you talk, stuff goes everywhere. And there is not a proper counter for folks to come in that looks like, we want you here. We want you here. We are here for you. And so when we look at it, the work environment, the station environment tells how valued the workers are and also the community is. And when you don't have that kind of focus where it says, we want you here, we appreciate you, you are valued, then folks might not want to either work there or come in to have any interaction with the police. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Sophia Royce.
Okay, I put my laptop. Hi. So just didn't memorize this, so I need to just go off of my script here. But good evening and thank you.
Can we pull your, let's
am I-
pull your mic down a little, pull
Oh,
the
I'm
mic down a
sorry.
little?
I'm short.
That's
sorry.
better.
Good evening, and thank you again for being here. My name is Sophia Royce. I've lived in the Tacoma Park community since 2021, but have been part of it since I was a child because I have a lot of family in the area. I also represent Ward 6 in the Chiefs Community Advisory Committee. And Ward 6 is one of the areas of Tacoma Park that has highest crime rates, as we all know, and has also benefited greatly from the work that the police department does. So I am here to testify in support of completing the Atrium project because truly I got to visit the station only a few weeks ago and saw the conditions that the team has to work in, which I know a lot of folks who've already spoken have talked about. What I saw was really concerning. 911 dispatch and comm staff work in cramped closet-like spaces. Most officers are in basement offices with no windows and equipment is stored in hallways. I also learned that sometimes, like the previous person said, victims of crime have to be interviewed in essentially kind of public and lobby areas with little to no privacy or confidentiality and sound issues, which I don't have to tell you will, not encourage people to report crimes, which is incredibly important in our community to continue to keep it safe. Additionally, I understand that there are ongoing air quality and facility maintenance issues affecting the health and well-being of both officers and essential staff. This project, to be very clear, from what I understand, is not an expansion, but a necessary upgrade to provide safe, functional, and healthy working conditions for our first responders. The Atrium project has already been delayed and scaled back to meet only the most basic needs, and I urge you to stay committed to completing it as approved by the City Council last year. And I encourage anyone opposing this project to take a tour of the facility themselves or get involved in the department's many outreach efforts, such as the Community Citizen Police Academy, which I recently took part in and am currently taking part in to learn more, because honestly, police departments are not something I ever really truly understood. I read a lot of news and I see in a lot of cities how police departments don't listen to their community and don't work to police their community in an ethical and safe way that is appropriate or that cares about every person no matter what they look like, right? I've come from Florida, that's where I'm originally from, where a lot of the police departments I saw and experienced were people you were scared of and that didn't look like my community and didn't represent my community and didn't seem to care about my community. In Tacoma Park, that's not the case. And it's incredibly important that we continue to support the work that's been done to make officers look like the community they represent and provide programs that provide outreach efforts and community efforts that help us make it safer. So thank you, and I urge you to support the atrium being completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aurelius Royce? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Anelkis Royce, and I am a resident of Ward 6, and I'm just here to support completing the police atrium project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fern Hoffner?
Good evening. Ferd Hefner, Ward 3, here tonight on behalf of Presbyterians for Police Transformation, the police reform advocacy group at the Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church. I'm speaking this evening about the mental health pilot project and its budget implications. There is no way to say everything that needs to be said about this topic in 3 minutes, so I urge you to please reach out to me if you have questions. Mobile Crisis Outreach Teams, or MCOTs as they're referred to, are a critical piece of police reform featured prominently in the recommendations of both the county and the city reimagining public safety task force. This alternative to policing to deal with mental health, addiction, homelessness, and other social crises is now being practiced in many cities across the country, both large and small. Under our current county executive, Montgomery County has begun making strides in this direction, though progress has been halting. Tacoma Park wisely set aside $600,000 of ARPA funds for a 2-year pilot project to set us on a glide path toward permanent county-funded MCOT serving Tacoma Park. That was in early 2022. Here we are 3 years later. We still do not have an up and running pilot project, but we do have one mental health counselor in place waiting on the required second counselor to get the pilot underway. There's much more I could say about this, but I'm going to focus on 5 things that council and staff need to be aware of. First, the MOA between the city and the council expires at the end of June. It is paramount that a new and improved MOA be developed ASAP and that this council approve the new MOA in June on time. Second, keep your eyes on the prize, and the prize being county funding for a permanent MCOT serving Tacoma Park, hopefully starting in FY27. There is only marginal gain to be had from doing a pilot project that's one and done and then it's over. We must secure permanent MCOT funding, and that requires strong advocacy by the council, by the staff, and by concerned citizens that should begin immediately. Third, we will only be able to secure county funding if we can offer a partnership. We need to provide the space for MCOT counselors to work out of, and it needs to be in a location separate and apart from our police department. Without providing that space, it's highly unlikely we will get the county to provide the funding. So fourth, we need to secure that space before the end of the pilot phase. Current plans have that space created via the atrium rebuild. Note, however, that the rebuild will be completed toward the end of the pilot phase. Hence, temporary space is needed, likely somewhere on the 3rd floor in the interim. Whether such an interim space could become permanent space is something to consider. Finally, please note that the 2-year pilot project has not begun, but we're already paying for the salary of the one counselor on board. Hence, for 2-year funding for the 2-year pilot project to happen, the council is going to have to hold steady at current funding levels for in terms of the budget for the full 2 years of the pilot once the pilot starts, and we strongly urge you to do that. So thank you, and please be in touch with your questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, former council member Fred Schultz.
Indeed, I'm Fred Schultz, Ward 6, lived there since 1986. When I was on the city council from 2009 to 2017, only to be succeeded by the illustrious mayor. One of the things that we did was, of course, do a lot of planning for the library and the police atrium enclosure project. And I want to say that that project, when we did the fund bonding for that project, good number of years ago now, I'm not sure when it was, probably 2016, something like that. That bond fund included the work that's to be done in the police atrium project. So I understand the current council's interest in trying to go back and look at it again and see, what can be done to save money. That's your job, and it's not an easy nor a pleasant one. But I encourage you to not disrespect all the thought, the hours, and many, many conversations, public hearings that we went through back then to come up and decide that this project was something that had to be done. It's been a long time coming. The police have been told, the people that work in the police department, that this project is coming, so they have room to breathe and more room to stretch and to work, and they're counting on it. And for our police department, it is a moral issue. I should say a morale issue. And I will tell you that my understanding is, if this, for some reason, we could not do it or don't do it the way it's supposed to be done, in order for the police to have the dispatch space that they need, you're going to be facing resignations. But as it is, we've got one of the best police departments in the state of Maryland. In fact, it's so well known and so well run that we have police officers who are looking laterally to move, coming to our department, asking if there's any role for them to be able to be hired, which is unheard of, particularly when some police departments are offering large bonuses to get people. So our reputation under Chief Duvall, who's been here for 7 years, he's done an absolutely fantastic job. I've been on the Chief's Advisory Board for the last 5 years, and before I got on the City Council, I served with the Public Safety Citizens Advisory Committee, which is when I first got my toes wet in understanding how policing works and what an amazing job and difficult job that it is. So I dearly, dearly request that you not try to shorten or delay or shrink in any way this police enclosure of the atrium. It's really critical.
Thank you very much. Next up is Tom Gagliardo.
First of all, I want to thank Tom Gagliardo, Ward 1. I want to thank Councilmember Landman and Councilmember Schlegel for respecting citizen input by circulating amongst us your constituents, and each one of you should consider me your constituent, even if I don't live in your ward, because you have a commitment to the entire city, notwithstanding the fact that you're elected from a ward. But I appreciate these two council members for posing questions in the first place and then sharing with everybody what those questions are. I urge all of you to do the same. I have a simple question. Are you willing to change the spending that is called for in the proposed budget sufficient to reduce the tax rate? Although it is the same tax rate as last year, we all know that all of us will pay more taxes this year because of increased assessments. I am not an anti-taxer. I am willing to pay taxes, but I ask for something in return, value. That's all I ask. So the question to each of you is, are you willing to change the spending, reduce the spending that's called for in the proposed budget so as to result in a reduction of the tax rate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Former Councilmember Randy Gibson.
Hey, folks. Greetings to former council members, staff, city manager. I am Randy Gibson, and I'm a proud Ward 3 resident. I'd like to make two very brief points, one about the residents here, and here tonight, and another about the budget. First, let me say that knowing the difficult job that you all have, I'm glad I'm here and not there. It's hard. So about the folks here in this room and that have sent comments, I wonder how we are viewed by you. Do you see us through the lens of a ward person? Do you see us through the lens of class? Do you see us as civic leaders, alarmists, grumpy taxpayers, or just regular folks that have a free Wednesday evening? I ask you to consider us through the lens of trust. At the federal level, and I submit at the local level here, that we have a severe trust deficit. Those here tonight, trust enough in our city politics to come and speak to you. We trust that our voices may be heard and make a difference. We believe in local democracy, and we ask you to trust our stories and our perspectives. Allow me to quote from a translation of the Tao Te Ching: "To give no trust is to get no trust." My second point is about the budget, just briefly. I agree with many of my neighbors who love our city, but believe that we have reached the point of where the trade-offs for business as usual budgets are too high. Increasingly low to moderate income homeowners and renters are being taxed out of their homes. We're a small city and we need to budget appropriate to our size and means. Some call it right sizing. A few suggestions would include delaying any new construction, restrain the staff size and top salaries, apply performance metrics to police and other programs, and hold off hiring a rent control consultant and instead focus on tenant rights. Ultimately, we need to find a way to reduce our budget to constant yield. Thank you.
Next up, Mackenzie Brown.
Council, thank you so much for taking some time to chat with me tonight. Might be the only person here not complaining about budget and or hoping for the atrium. I'm here representing Ward 3, and also I'm the chair of the Recreation and Community Engagement Committee. I'm here representing the committee to make sure that we are supporting their budget. The reason being is that our rec department might be our most visible department at the end of the day. If you look at the Tacoma Insider, like 50% of that thing is what the rec department is doing for our community daily. They put on over 400 events every year, everything from yoga classes to the Halloween parade. And they serve over 4,000 residents every year. But I think one thing that I will point out, and try to keep it brief, the amazing thing about our programming is that not only do we serve 4,000 residents yearly, we serve nearly 1,200 non-residents yearly, because our quality of programming is so good that people want to come here to use our programming. So with that said, we're in full support of the budget. Debbie's always right. She never joked about that earlier. Again, really appreciate your time, and thank you all.
Thank you so much. Next up, David Reed.
Good evening. My name is David Reed. As you know, I live in Ward 2. Earlier today, I sent each of you a copy of the Community Budget Working Group's action plan for the FY26 budget. And I'd like to highlight some points in that action plan in my comments. The first is that the comments of the action plan is to state that Tacoma Park is a community of diverse people with diverse needs. Our budget should reflect our social compact, not only with our low-income neighbors, but also with economically stressed families with young children, with retirees on fixed income, those at risk from job loss or a worsening economy. So given the rising economic hardships a significant rise in many property assessments and downward pressure on living standards, we would recommend: 1, suspend all spending on non-routine construction projects until less expensive alternatives have been vetted. This includes the atrium and the Department of Public Works Phase 2, while routine sidewalk and street work should proceed. 2nd, restrain staff size and top salaries of city personnel. And to begin, sunset the 3 ARPA positions, which were explicitly created as temporary positions at the end of the ARPA funding. From there, honor salary commitments of unionized staff. For all non-unionized staff who are not senior management, limit salary increases to no more than the 3% increase that unionized staff receive. From there, for senior management, hold salaries constant. The recent hiring of a 2nd deputy city manager, a position that the city in the past has not needed, eliminated an opportunity for savings. That hiring reflects the continuation of a 10-year trend of steady expansion of city administrative staff while the city's population has remained constant. And finally, to freeze filling most vacant positions. The 3rd recommendation is that city council responsibilities must shift to setting the policy priorities for the city, rather than relying on the city manager to set priorities and then to find a budget to fulfill those perceived needs. Our 4th recommendation: on the cusp of county, state, and federal tax increases, the city council should prioritize reducing the city's property tax burden for its residents. The projection of a 28% unassigned reserve by the end of the fiscal year underscores the feasibility of reducing the public's tax burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, former Councilmember Shayna Fulcher.
Good evening. I first want to apologize for anybody who didn't get claps because I know that it doesn't feel nice. So sorry about that. It is the responsibility of our city council members to have a longer memory of the history of projects in our city than our residents. More space and a greater number of bathrooms for the library and community center usage. This is part of the renovation. This part of the renovation provides gender-neutral bathrooms. It is not lavish. It is gender-affirming care from our city to our trans and non-binary residents. The atrium renovations have been planned since 2014. I have had many experiences where I have been embarrassed that I can hear private conversations of victims having in the atrium to report crime 2 floors up because the department currently lacks an appropriate space to do this. I want to, hold up what Mr. Brown said. I am also on the Recreation Committee, and recently in a meeting, someone said, why don't we have more services? And the truth is we can't afford to have more services in this budget, but we should at least continue to have the services that we already do have in this budget for recreation. Tacoma Park is the 2nd city I've owned a home in, my first being Hyattsville. I have chosen to live in cities because I value a high level of services. I recognize that these services require funding through a city tax. I am the mother of 2 young and 2 young-ish children. My family is financially dependent on my spouse's salary that he receives through government contracts. I support the current level of services. I appreciate the effort to keep Tacoma Park tacky and to progress our values. And I appreciate a city manager who is a calm and steady planner, who will always ensure a solid, secure city for residents. We pride ourselves on our environmentalism, but I want to know that my trash will be picked up. City Manager DeSpirito's recommendation for a larger reserve as we are stepping into a particularly unstable future makes fiscal sense. There have been times where a reserve has been under 17%, and that has been appropriate. Keeping the tax rate at its current level will only generate a percentage of increased revenue that mirrors inflation and a cost of living increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've gotten past the two lists on the sign-up sheet. So now we're gonna kind of open things up. If anyone would like to provide public comments, please come on down.
Good evening. I'm Reginald J. Ruffin, and I am from Ward 3. Good God, Ms. Rogers. Good God. He has been meeting with us on a regular basis. Kudos to you, Roger. So thank you for that. Well, hello, Tacoma Park family. It's time to talk about family budget, okay? You know how we get with family. 81% of America does not make $100,000 in their household. 19% of America makes about $100,000. We have somehow the good fortune of having 16 people in this administration that make $100,000 or more. 14 make 100,000. 200, two of them make $200,000. Business, how does it work? You either what? Cut expenses or raise revenues. Now, when we look at the taxes already, we're paying what, 55%? I think we're the highest paying city in the county of Montgomery County. We are the highest paying city. I think y'all can verify that. What does that mean? Well, we got to look at cutting expenses to some degree. Doesn't mean we cut out the things that people care about or what the people just spoke about. I'm not against any of that stuff. But the point is that we got to look at it from a family perspective, just like any family budget. We're going to have to cut the lights down, budget on the food, get things ready so that we can move forward. So how do we do that? Well, I think those were some good suggestions the gentleman had previous to me, and some other suggestions that everybody else has. You have hard enough work as it is, but what we're doing is that if we don't look at this and internally to ourselves, that's where we start with our family budget. We got to look at it ourselves first, and that's what we do. So we got to look at that. When I looked at that and I saw 16 people, you know, with only 19% of Americans make $100,000, I said, woo, that's something to think about. But that's not the only area to think about. Doesn't mean we have to cut the things that we're going to expand on, those things that we're going to have to move. We're going to have to look at something in rearrangements. Also, too, I will speak about our Tacoma Park family, which means what? Community first. So I'm thinking about the renters and the people who rent. We own our own home. We can afford the changes, but my Tacoma Park family can't afford some of the changes. So we got to look at that as well, especially when you're budgeting. There's ways to subsidize things and do things. Now, last thing I want to say, at Tacoma Park, we have a unique opportunity as this nation goes through its different challenges. Tacoma Park's been known as the United Nations for a long time. We have an opportunity to be an example to the nation of a community that gets along in harmony, that we work out our differences in a peaceful manner, and that we can move forward so that we can continue to be Tacoma Park family or community first. I want to thank you for your time. Reginald J. Ruffin signing out.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments this evening? Come on down.
Good evening, Council. My name is Susan Rogers, and I'm in Ward 2. I've already sent quite a few remarks to my council person. Thank you very much, Cindy, for accepting those. I haven't heard from you yet, but I look forward to that. I'm going to focus in on a couple of things that I focused in on when I sent correspondence to her. So I'm a senior. I'm on a very fixed income. And I know that the majority of Tacoma Park's revenue, actually 54%, comes from a single source, property tax. This may be compared to Rockville, where only 10% of the revenue comes from property tax. This dependence on a single revenue stream is not sustainable. Our property tax are the highest in Montgomery County. They are about to increase to the extreme and often arbitrary property assessment increases and a proposed 3.5% rate increase for MoCo. This despite the fact that property values are likely to decline during the current federal administration. I mean, I can feel the value of my house going down as these weeks go by, and so many federal employees are affected. Although not strictly a financial issue, the budget is biased, I feel, against seniors and people with disabilities and others on a fixed income. We need to restore equity regarding our property taxes in the city. Secondly, I feel that we continue to be burdened regarding the costs of major projects that we've engaged in my city, and which I feel that we really cannot afford. The library is a primary example. As of today, no one really knows the final cost will be, but taxpayers will continue to be burdened by the interest on this and other capital projects. So I would like for you to especially consider those two pieces when you're contemplating the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I have that 43 seconds?
No, you cannot.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Bern Kelly. I live in Ward 3. I annexed part of the city into part of what was not the city into the city. And then the area that I annexed the city into is called Hell's Bottom. It's called Hell's Bottom for a reason. It was lawless, it flooded, and nobody had any kind of codes that were affecting us or helping us. We've got a lot of services now. It was really great to get into the city of Tacoma Park. I'm glad I drove that boat, and I met Reginald along the way to increase our community. But for years, I have a problem, and 12 other of my neighbors have been hit by floods. Floods that are devastating, scary, and could float a boat and your children down a storm drain called Tacoma Branch, where it goes underneath New Hampshire Avenue. Now, you all know there's a placard up where Sligo Creek Parkway comes in at New Hampshire Avenue about the men, the great brave men, firemen, policemen, who tried to save people, and then 2 of them died. We have situations in this city where this can happen again. And some of our priorities that we talk about, I don't want to get into it now, but we're not very good at math in this city. You our property taxes are keeping going up, and we keep spending more, and we keep paying for higher salaries. We need to do something about it. But what I'm asking for you tonight is that there is a study done by LIDC, and there's a priority list in that study, and the Circle Woods neighborhood and Pinecrest neighborhoods are high in the ranks of that. And I just want one storm drain at the bottom of Circle Avenue added in this budget, because I have put the city on notice before that my property is vulnerable, and you have increased the flow of water coming into Circle Woods without opening the apertures. And I happen to be a professional in my profession. I do stormwater management design. I do know what I'm talking about, and I've asked you this before, and it needs to be done. So I really just want to get a storm drain that is open on 3 sides at the walkthrough of the bottom of Circle Avenue in the 300 block. There's a storm drain there that does not meet adequate standards. It's lower down. I uncovered it when I bought my property, when I saw a vortex after a flood. Please include one small item that will help the 12 houses, which I have solicited everybody's cooperation on, and they asked me to do this for this purpose. And one way to make money and help the city is to put in parking meters on the public lot at the co-op. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments tonight on the budget? Come on down, Brendan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brendan Smith. I'm a Ward 3 city resident, city employee, and president of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 3399, which represents most of the city's workforce. Our union will be holding a budget presentation at the council meeting next Wednesday to share the views and concerns of our members who will be most directly impacted by the council's budget decisions. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city manager for working with us to improve communication between our union, city management, and the city council. The council should recognize that you're only hearing from a very small group of local residents who constitute a small fraction of the city population and who don't necessarily represent the common views or racial diversity of Tacoma Park. Most of our members are people of color, and the council should respect and respond to the concerns of city workers who keep this city running every day. Our annual wage increase is included in our current contract, so our primary concerns now are the long overdue renovations that are needed in the police department and public works department. We'll have some direct testimony at our presentation next Wednesday from some of the employees who face unacceptable and substandard working conditions every day because of the many delays in these capital improvement projects that have been previously supported by the City Council. Some of the folks from the Chief Advisory Board have spoken to this, but the dispatchers who answer 911 calls are working 12-hour shifts in a dark room the size of a walk-in closet. Some public works employees have to use a porta-john because there's no bathroom in their building. There also isn't any central AC, so the summertime heat is dangerous and sweltering. I don't have time to get into sort of all the other reasons those are needed. We'll talk about the presentation next Wednesday. I'm here now really to speak more on our members' behalf to oppose sort of any motion or action that might be made tonight that would delay or defund these capital improvement projects or require a constant yield tax rate that would require a drastic slashing of city services and personnel. Such a motion would be an undemocratic attempt to circumvent the budget hearing process and a malicious effort to ignore the voices of city employees even before we've had a chance to share our concerns. It also would make the second public hearing scheduled 2 weeks from now a pointless exercise for city residents who may want to share their views then. We're urging each of you to oppose any such potential political maneuvers tonight. And any motions or recommendations to alter the proposed budget or property tax rate should be made through the budget reconciliation process at later meetings. Thanks for your time, and we look forward to having more of our members here next week during our budget presentation on the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, do we have any other comments tonight?
Hello, I have to hide my identity because of Donald Trump. I'm a fat, queer, winter gender. My pronouns are he, daddy. First, I want to thank Chief Antonio Duvall and you, Mayor Searcy, for declaring Tacoma Park a sanctuary city. Do you support the people of our city no matter how they got here? Mayor? Well, what do we have to say to federal detainers? No, we're not going to help them. What do we need to support Tacoma Park as a sanctuary city? Whatever we have to do. What do we have to say to Tom Homan? What do we have to say to Kristi Noem and Donald Trump and Elon Musk? Don't tell Doge he thought Jamie Raskins worked with a nonprofit and he took monies, but he didn't. It was debunked by Jamie Raskins. And it doesn't even matter that Sarah Raskin Bloom sits on the board of directors of Vanguard, the largest owner of Pfizer. It's not fascism that he made us, mandated a shot that he exempted himself from and made everyone else take. And it was still experimental. And he made everyone take that experimental shot. But we need to know that we have the support locally and in the state of Maryland for Ukraine. $300 billion is not enough. 300 billion's not enough. Not enough. Not enough. 300 billion's not enough. Send more money. They need it. People are dying, and I'm willing to go until the last Ukrainian. We need to support our greatest ally, Ukraine. We need to support them regardless of the lies of Doge and the supposed corruption. Do you recognize that Ukraine's the greatest democracy without elections that has ever existed? Great. How much is the budget for our newcoming people, Mayor? Our newcomers? Anyway, as I look for the crowd, I don't see Chief Antonio RuPaul, Tony RuPaul, but I see his little gimp. Hey, can you stand up, Shabu? Come on, stand all the way up.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Oh, well, support Ukraine. You can sign up for the Foreign Legion. Anyone between 18 and 65 without a felony, you can sign up and support Ukraine in real love.
Thank you very much. Do we have any additional comments on the budget this evening? Come on down.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, I apologize. I've come from a school event, so I'm not sure if I'm being repetitive, so I'll keep it short. My name is Jim Delajakma. Thank you. Ward 2. I sit on the Police Chiefs Advisory Board and the Emergency Preparedness Committee. Just as a general point of the budget, so not to be repetitive, I think it's got three sort of major goals that I think that should be aiming for and has met. We have a city manager style of government, not a micromanaging style of government. So I'm looking for it to be financially sound, functional, and to keep our city safe. So I think when we look at specifically the suggestions of some of the removing some of the capital works projects, particularly the atrium, which I'm going to speak specifically on, I think we have to think about how the Tacoma Park Police Department is a body that serves us all. It's not it's a good police department. We need to recognize that. It's a police department we can be proud of and be happy that our taxes are funding it. It's doing a lot of things that we wouldn't get from the Montgomery County Police if that was the case. We have, as a small city, the benefit of a quick response time. As a small city, we can set the policies, including prioritizing the hiring of women. We can also look at issues such as quotas, which don't exist in our city, and all the negative impacts they have. And I think that going back to the style of government we have, and I think we need to resist the urge to micromanage some of these projects, to go in, as some things circulating have said, to look at the number of bathrooms, we need to sort of look at the importance of what that police department needs to perform its functions, to keep us safe, to serve the people of Tacoma Park and all the people. And so I think that we should support the Atrium project, as it's been well documented. It's on the schedule. It's long overdue. It's been caught up behind other projects. And I think that we need to think about this budget as being a sensible one, a broad one, something that supports us all and not narrow interest groups. And so I think that we can, I want to support that. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other comments tonight as it pertains to the budget? Now, we still have voting sessions and general comments, but we're just talking about the budget. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I spoke a couple of weeks ago about caution, okay? I'm now working with the number one guy I'm working with now. He's a laid off guy from AID. He lost his job like a month ago. He has no more job. He's a resident. He's helping other residents. We work on the small repairs committee. And by this Saturday, I'll have done 4 jobs. I'm working on 4 jobs right now in the last 2 weeks. And the people I work with, they have little voice, but they have much in need. Now, most of what I do is put in handrails, and we did a concrete patch. We were doing handrails and a concrete patch in Ward 1 on Maple Avenue, and Meals on Wheels showed up to feed the guy. I work for people that are serious elders, and I can name residents at every one of your communities, absolutely positively. And they don't look wealthy to me. They need your absolute consideration. We try, many of us, and thank you for your generous contribution. In terms of capital projects and stuff, I have a document that shows $121,000 was spent on the design work of the atrium 5 years ago. Okay? And I never hear about that. $300,000 or $400,000 was allocated in that budget. God only knows what happened to it. I would also remind you that the library, that one of the members spoke so eloquently about, he was helpful in pushing forth the library. For God's sake, that's your claim to fame? That started out as a bathroom remodel in the old library. They needed handicap bathrooms. First number was $3 to $5 million. I told Casey Kostick, the council member at the time, not only would I pay $5 to $7, but the way they were going with the drawings, it was going to cost $12. Now it's at $15.2, and it's going to cost $20. Beware when the camel gets the nose under the tent. Before the atrium has hit a lick, they already added $285,000 in what? Construction management? We have a construction manager. Architectural review? I did that as a professional. And I'm just saying, this is stuff, we have staff people that can and should be doing this. We should not be paying subcontractors to do inspections in the city when we have an inspections neighborhood services team. We have to utilize the resources we have. We have to spend carefully. We have to analyze what gets us to go. And I just beg you to look out for those that cannot really stand for themselves. And I see them often, and I hope to speak for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments on the budget?
Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. Many, if not most, Tacoma Park residents have been willing to pay higher taxes, within reason, as an investment in our beloved community. Most of us, I think, have been okay with our taxes being higher than anywhere else in the county to the extent that higher taxes were carefully applied to create and sustain the kind of civic culture we value. A welcoming community committed to economic and racial diversity, pooling our resources to strive within our small cities' means to support the most vulnerable among us, and to advocate at higher levels of government to help meet their needs that are beyond the city's reach. But of course, there are reasonable limits to residents' tacit approval of paying the county's highest taxes. We are a small city of about 17,500 people. Ultimately, our challenge is to carefully calibrate spending so that it's in line with a tax level that is sustainable, while also prudently focused on meeting our community's priorities as cost effectively as possible. That requires a tax level that does not exceed the ability of many residents to pay without pain. But the city has exceeded that limit. The level of taxing has indeed become a stressor for an increasing number of residents, contributing to the very economic vulnerability we were hoping to collectively help relieve. Any number of folks have left our community because they could not afford to stay, and high property taxes, which affect owners and renters, have been a major factor in our losing them. So this is the year to make a start and make a change. The city manager's projected extra large reserve and the unusual economic vulnerability this year of so many residents makes that clear. This is not the year to approve senior management salary increases 50% above what unionized staff will receive, which is what's in the proposed budget. This is the year to recognize the need to hold the line on residents' taxes and begin to consider if and how they could actually be lowered. For these reasons, I urge the council to choose no higher a residential property rate for FY26 than the constant yield rate. And please direct the city manager to plan for no more than a constant yield rate again for FY27. That's based on the reasonable expectation that next year's projected reserve, again, can likely be expected to be at least a few points above the ideal level of 17% of annual general fund revenues, even with a second year of a constant yield rate for residents' taxes. Again, this would not require any cut to union agreements or to staff salaries. This is within the projected reserve, and it's time for residents, vulnerable residents, to be their needs addressed as we go to reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments on the budget? Former Councilmember Siemens, coming on down. As this is your five? All right. Yep.
Good evening. Terry Siemens, Ward 4. I decided to attend tonight's meeting since you're working on the budget, and I think it might be helpful to hear some of our history. When I joined the council in 1999, Tacoma Parks Police were much like most of the other police departments across the country. Some of the police and the community distrusted each other. The police had what we could now call a warrior mentality. Some Tacoma Park residents complained that our police used excessive force to punish suspects and not just arrest them. Even members of the police department expressed concern. The FBI investigated, and a few officers were charged with using excessive force. There were accusations of racial bias among our officers, and the Department of Justice investigated this and gave a report calling for the city to take some actions to overcome the bias concerns. The police chief resigned, but through the years we had other chiefs and there were few changes in the culture of the department. The city council followed with interest as President Obama established a task force whose mandate was to identify best policing practices. The task force report made recommendations, but these had little impact on Tacoma Parks policing. In 2017, our police chief retired and the city council slightly modified the approach for selecting a new chief. The city charter stipulates that it is the city manager's responsibility to do all staff hiring, but this time the council wrote a paper describing the characteristics the council feels are important for a Tacoma Park police chief. The council also made it clear that we wanted a culture change in the police department that moved policing to a more closely align with the Guardian approach. In 2018, the city manager hired Tony Duvall as the new police chief, and he was told about the desired culture change. He began right away working toward the goal and made significant changes in his department's policies and personnel. He implemented better hiring practices so our police force now more closely matches the community demographics and the desired Guardian attitude. Officers are now better rewarded for their hard work and more fairly and justly held accountable for their mistakes. The department has moved a great distance in the direction the council wanted and the community deserves. In 2020, the Tacoma Park City Council formed a task force to reimagine public safety in our city. This task force published their report in mid-2021, listing almost 50 steps they felt the city should consider to improve policing in Tacoma Park. The task force report is a good framework for the steps that can move a police department from a warrior mentality to a Guardian organization. In fact, Chief Duvall, since joining the Tacoma Park Police with the goal of changing the culture, had already implemented many of the steps repeated in this report. By today, most of the recommended steps have been implemented or have been deemed unnecessary. Long before Chief Duvall joined the city, the council recognized some significant problems in the community center building design and began planning a change to resolve those issues. Since 2014, the council recognized the need for better working conditions in the police department that can be easily resolved with the Atrium project. It's not going to go into I'm not going to go into the details of the project, but I do want to emphasize how important the completion of this project is to continuing improvements to the fine work our police personnel are doing in serving our city. I know that others have told you how important this project is, and I'm confident you can envision the collateral benefits to other city departments that more floor space on this level will have and improved noise reductions will bring. The library construction has already put this project off for many years. I implore you not to push it further into the future. Lastly, I want to contrast us with the people across this country who are trying to make America great again by putting people out of work, eliminating government programs, and canceling projects. I am glad that our approach here in Tacoma Park has created such a great city that people around the world want to live here, not because of the geographic location, but because of the community we are. Let's continue the legacy and make sure to extend the project we've made in the progress we've made in policing, so we lead other communities to follow our success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments? Budget, for the public hearing on the budget. Okay. Going once. Going twice. All right, we're going to virtual. Do you have any virtual comments on the budget?
Should have one virtual commenter, Brian Payne.
Okay. Brian Payne, can you hear us? Someone's watching basketball.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, I'm Brian Payne. I'm a member of Ward 3 and also on the Police Advisory Board. And again, just saying what other people have said, I am in favor of the atrium project. And this would allow the people to have in the dispatch area to have a decent sized place to do their work instead of the shoebox they currently have. Also, it would be more obvious when entering the building where the window is for the police. I know when I first went into that area, I hadn't really got a clue. It was just a big open space, and I didn't really know where I was going. Obviously, as other people said, the sound carries very well. And certainly when I've been in that area, I could hear kids shouting 3 levels up. So it's a very noisy area on the basement floor. And I would have thought it would be very difficult to regulate the heat and air conditioning for that area, being it's such a big area to manage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no more comments in queue in terms of the public hearing on the FY 2026 proposed budget, I'm going to close the public hearing and we will move on to public comments on voting items. As a reminder, tonight, the voting items include resolution repealing resolution 2016-16 regarding eligible uses of community development block grant funds, a resolution revising the guidelines for the community quality of life grant program, and the first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code 13.20.040A9, parking or standing prohibited areas. Do we have any public comments on voting items? Okay. Do we have any virtual comments on voting items?
No.
Perfect. We're going to move on to general public comments. Do we have any general public comments this evening? Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Renata McAdams. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I was before this council a month or more ago to talk about a stargazing event for Earth Day. I'm back about that. Some plans have gone forward. The Montgomery College Planetarium is planning to do 2 showings in advance of a stargazing event in the city. I've been in correspondence with Carrie Fitzgerald about that. She runs the planetarium. And I believe we are currently planning to use Ed Wilhelm Field, just there behind Piney Branch. What I'm really here for is just to give that update and to ask for permission, I believe, to list the stargazing as part of the city events for that day. I will follow up with an email to our city manager at the suggestion of Jessica Landman as we go forward with that, hopefully. And also to consult about the possibility of having some of the exterior lights on local city buildings turned off for the duration of the event. I've got a list of what might be possible. I do believe they are under the aegis of the city at this point. Sorry, I think that's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the event. Do you have any other general public comments this evening? Okay. Do we have any virtual public comments this evening?
Mary Jane Machui signed up for public comments.
Okay. Ms. Machui, are you with us? Mary Jane, are you with us this evening? Okay. We're not hearing her. So let's continue on with the agenda. Just gonna do a quick pause and as she.
Ms. Machui, are you online?
Ms. Machui? She's not there. Okay. All right, let's move on with the agenda. So with that, we're going to move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Councilmember Wesselek.
Good evening. First, my apologies for arriving late. I was coming from another meeting. And I just want to keep this brief, but thank you to all the speakers. Definitely taking everything under consideration as we look at this budget this year. I wanted to make two brief announcements. One is that likely tomorrow is when the intersection at New Hampshire and University Boulevard is going to be closed. They will be laying the track for the Purple Line along the middle of University Boulevard. So that means if you're going up or down New Hampshire and you get to University, you can only go right. You cannot go straight across. You cannot turn left. It will go down to one lane, turning right only. So if you're familiar with this intersection, you understand that that means you want to stay far away if you can do that because it's going to add time. And lastly, I am going to start posting this more, but I'm going to have some open office hours, ability to talk with residents about the budget. I'm going to be at the library for two different times, Saturday, April 5th from 3:30 to 5 in the afternoon, and Monday, April 7th from 6:30 to 8. So that way I have a chance to talk with residents before the second public hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Do you have any other council comments this evening? Councilmember Landman.
No, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, I have a constituent event to come and talk about the budget.
Can we get your mic just a little bit closer, and can we just make sure Councilmember Landman's mic is on?
I don't.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. I have a constituent event on Monday the 31st, Wine and Wine at the Kittner Studios to talk about the budget. You don't have to whine if you don't want. I promise wine and Girl Scout cookies of a variety of sorts. The Kittner Studios is at 7056 Carroll Avenue, next door to Salon Jam, and I hope to see many residents there. And I just wanted to thank Renata McAdams for her very effective advocacy on behalf of Dark Sky. And I'm looking forward to seeing the planetarium event, which is at Montgomery College, proud Ward 1 facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council comments this evening? Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I on? I don't. Yes.
Nope.
I don't think not yet. Nope. Testing. Is it? I can't. Okay. Does it sound like it to you?
Can you speak directly into the mic?
Get closer to me. There. Is that
There you
better?
go. That's better.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you. It's always really a delight, honestly, no matter what you're saying, to see so many faces out here. And it means a lot to me that you've each taken the time to come out and speak and prepare comments. It shows me how much you care about our city, and it's why I love to live here. I obviously can't respond to everyone, but I just want you to know you've been heard, I'm sure by all of us. And I understand that people are on fixed incomes. It's really hard. I particularly hear that when I hear people speaking. And I hope that many of you also understand that it's a challenge when we sit in our seats because we have a growing population of retirees in our city. This makes for a challenging budget. And I'll just share a few quick points in the short time that I have. Things that are on my mind when I hear concerns about our budget. First of all, I think about my own household where we have lost our primary income. And I'm just being very straight about that because I want people to know where I'm coming from when I vote the way that I vote. I am among those that are directly impacted, and I will be having to make difficult choices. But I do look at our city on the, not for today, but for the long run. And it's the same way I work in my own household budgets on an accrual basis, not on a cash basis. I know that some people do have to live paycheck to paycheck, and that's a reality. But fortunately, it's not the reality for a number of people in our city. A lot of people have a lot of assets that they can tap. And I look at it because we have a few choices before us. We can invest in economic development and growth, which we have not done significantly over the years. We can keep our taxes at least constant, or we can increase them. And that will largely hit our property taxes because we don't have that economic base to draw upon, and we haven't allowed our population to grow either. Or we can pull back on our services. But I hear repeatedly that we're going to keep our social contract, which is something so many of us have come here to do. So to have an honest conversation, I don't think it's fair to always say that the main avenue by which we are going to achieve savings is to cut back the things that make our city so great. So that's where I'm coming from as I go forward. But I am very, very interested in real and meaningful, authentic dialogue about what we really think can happen, because I am really, really interested in excellent staff morale. This is not what we have had for a number of years, and we need good staff morale. Look around you. We have a growing and fantastic staff, and I mean that. And I'm really, really excited about the future, knowing that people is what makes a great place to live, especially right now. Do we want ethical leaders? Do we want great people? And I want people to know that when you look around you and you think about what you're asking us to do for you. And I'm sorry, I guess I've gone over time, but I had to reschedule my budget conversation for Ward 5. It'll be this Tuesday, April 1st at 7 p.m. on Zoom. And if you're on my newsletter, you will get the link. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember DeBaller.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Thank you to everybody who came out from all the different wards and all the different opinions that were expressed tonight. It was very respectful, and I really appreciate that. I will be having a couple more Ward 2 budget drop-ins. I've had 4 so far. I gotta say, they weren't all quite at this level of respect. So I do just want to say, we can do this. We can disagree and still take each other's views into account and not have this whole, have it go south. So please. I'm not going to try to give my budget philosophy tonight. Just have to come to one of my Zooms. But most of what Councilmember Honzak said was what I was going to say in short, that there's more than one way to get to the goal, which I think we all agree with, which is to help those in the community who need the most help. And we are about to enter a period where a lot of people are going to need a lot of help. And so that's part of how I'm approaching it, not assuming that I know the solution, but that I think we all agree on the problem. One completely different comment. So last week I spent 2 days at the Chesapeake Bay Local Government Advisory Council, talking with people from several states about the future of the Chesapeake Bay. I know quite a bunch of you are interested in it, and so if you want to hear about the process for setting the next set of goals for the next 10 years, just get in touch with me. There will be a summer public process. They'll be in the summer. The goals and the outcomes that are proposed will be available, and there'll probably be a workshop in or near Tacoma Park to talk about it. But I just want to give everybody a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davala. Do we have any other council comments this evening? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Schlegel.
Also, thank you to everyone who came out to comment. And I listened closely and I took notes, and I will be reading them again afterwards. And just as an add, I was very sorry to hear there was one individual who seemed to be insulting Chief Duvall, and but beyond that, I appreciate what Councilmember Davala said about the way there's so much respect. I wanted to thank the 25 or so Ward 3 residents who came to Historic Tacoma on Sunday afternoon, and we had a great conversation about the budget. For my colleagues, I would say the general sentiment shared by those present was similar to what I've heard in maybe a couple dozen emails and at council public comments so far, when people are saying this is a year of great uncertainty that calls for fiscal prudence. And that being said, no one expressed a desire to let go of city commitments to help our most vulnerable residents, including those who are food insecure, or to discount the importance of city support for frontline workers, the arts, and recreation. Much of the attention was focused on longer-term structural issues, such as our reimbursement from the county, our mix of services. And I think that people are looking forward to this council during its term really looking closely at those bigger issues, rather than waiting for another budget season to come around and picking away at the edges. Several in attendance said that they or their neighbors, frankly, are reaching the limit of what they can afford in terms of property taxes in Tacoma Park, although they certainly do not want to move away. I will be planning a second Zoom meeting and figuring out when to do that, so that people can participate as well. And I'll keep it going as long as it seems like people want to talk. I'm listening closely to every comment you share and doing all I can to learn about needs in other wards as well. And I thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other? Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I too thank everyone who've come out and made comments. I really appreciate seeing some familiar faces, former Councilmember Schultz and Councilmember Fulcher and OG Terry Siemens, responsible for having me sit up here and face these challenges that that I'm looking down the barrel at. It's been a very difficult couple of weeks for me. I understand a lot about budget, having been with the police department for 2+ decades. It wasn't something I was heavily involved in. So having to open up that book and see, how money's allocated and trying to wrap my head around everything, it's been helpful to have conversations with my colleagues. I appreciate it, and some members from the community. And I do hear and I understand the pain that comes with the tax burden that some people feel. I'm starting to understand that, but I come from a unique perspective in that I sat in that police department for 27 years, and I understand that pain as well. I understand the challenges that go with sitting in that basement, and the lack of airflow and light and all those things that impact our police officers, who are our most important public servants, in my opinion. And then having left and gone to Bladensburg and been able to have an office where I walked right outside, and to see the impact that the office space there had on its officers and the morale. And while they didn't have the experience, while they didn't have the resources that we have here and the training that we have here, this is the best police department that I've been around. And I'm not saying that because I served here. I've been to other police departments for training. And again, I was at Bladensburg and I worked closely with other agencies throughout Prince George's County. An outstanding police department that I'm very proud of, and I'm saying that as a resident right now. It's a tough challenge. It is a tough challenge and a lot to think about. But again, I appreciate all the conversations that I've had throughout the last week or so.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. So I just want to echo the sentiments that have already been shared by my colleagues in terms of appreciation for all of the feedback that we've received tonight. Budget is never easy. I mean, a running joke in my family is don't call her during this season, because the only thing she's going to want to talk about is the budget. My family, they're like, are you done with the budget yet? Because otherwise you're not fun to talk to, right? Because I do take, this is one of the most important aspects of our charge as a council, is identifying how to manage the city's limited resources, providing guidance to our staff around the priorities. And I will tell anyone, it doesn't matter what you prioritize. If you don't fund it, it doesn't get done. So making sure that our priorities align with where we're putting our resources in order to ensure that what we matter and value as a community actually gets accomplished is something that is critically important for this council. And I would argue with anyone, any time of the day, it is the most important thing that we have to do as council, and that is getting through the budget. One of the things that I say all the time is that we a lot of times agree on the principle, we agree on the goal, making sure that we're being good stewards of our resources, making sure that we're taking care of the most needy among us. Where we often don't always agree is the approach, right? Some may say, hey, lower the tax rate. And I'm like, well, for me, yes, it could be beneficial to save each household $20, but I would rather make sure I have enough money. So if I have one household that's standing on the verge of not being able to pay their mortgage, that we have $2,000 in the coffers to be able to cut a check to that household, right? The goal is the same, but the approach that you would take would be different in order to making sure that those types of funding opportunities could be potentially made available. And for me, it's okay, do you have it in your reserve, or do you try to divvy it out? And those are the hard questions that we have to ask ourselves. Those are the hard choices that we have to make every time that we are tasked with trying to figure out how to manage the budget. So again, I want to encourage everyone to keep those comments coming. I apologize. I have been under the weather with the flu. But I do plan to have a meeting with residents. I'm just trying to figure out when people will not run away from me because I'm walking around with a mask, to schedule that and have people come out. But I do, again, think it's really, really, really important for us to have these conversations, because our budget it's not an easy thing to figure out in terms of how to agree on an approach that could work the best way. There are multiple ways in which we can achieve the goals that I think we've all communicated that we value. I think the bigger issue is just trying to figure out the best way, especially when we're given so much uncertainty in terms of what's happening in the world. And I also just want to stress my appreciation for our staff. I've said time and time again, as a federal worker myself, when you are constantly feels like under attack in terms of the value of the work that you do, or you're being questioned in terms of the workspace that you have available or not available, it impacts your morale. It impacts how you're able to do your job and whether or not you're able to do your job well. And one of the things that recent turn of events have taught me more than ever is how important it is to make sure that we are communicating our value of and appreciation of our staff. There's a lot of work that our staff do. There's a lot of things that our staff do that many residents would never notice. And that's a good thing, because they're keeping the wheels turning in this city in a way that in many cases people don't recognize. And so I want to thank our staff for all of the work that you all do for our city every day. And I am committed to making sure that we are creating a wonderful place to work. So with that, I want to say welcome to our new Deputy City Manager, Asmara Hapti. We are so excited to have you here in the city, and appreciate the fact that you've decided to join us here in Tacoma Park. I love to say I appreciate being able to snatch people from other places like the county or Rockville, and so we are really excited to have you join the city of Tacoma Park, and look forward to being able to learn from you and your expertise on ways in which we can do things in the city better. So thank you so much for being here. And I think that is all I can remember right now. And with that, I will turn things over to our city manager, Mr. Despirito, for city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and to all our guests, both here and virtually. I too would like to lend my voice and of welcome to Asmara. I'm very, very excited that we've been able to bring someone with her level of talent. Of course, we're losing some tremendous talent with Andrew Bolduc, who is with us this evening, also helping with a little transition. But we are very, very fortunate, in my opinion, to have Asmara join this team. The skill set that she has, her record of accomplishment, and just the type of person that I know her to be, is going to be a great fit, in my opinion, not just with this organization, with the mayor and council, but with the community itself. I think I really look forward to people getting to know Asmara, and we'll try to provide many opportunities to do that. From the Housing and Community Development Department. The Housing and Community Development Department will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, April 8th at the Community Center Auditorium here at 7500 Maple Avenue. This meeting is to present and receive feedback on potential improvements to connect the Purple Line Transit Center to the planned New Avenue Bikeway along the New Hampshire Avenue corridor. We look forward to your insightful comments as we work towards a truly multimodal city. Purple Line, as council member, I'll just repeat it once more because it is so important. Council member Waslick mentioned this a few moments ago. The Purple Line construction is reaching New Hampshire Avenue. The construction team will be closing University Boulevard to traffic at New Hampshire Avenue on March 27th, tomorrow. Both southbound and northbound New Hampshire Avenue will be required to turn right, and University Boulevard traffic will not be able to turn left. The construction team estimates detours will add roughly 10 to 15 minutes. Construction is expected to take approximately 4 weeks. Signage will begin going up tomorrow ahead of the closure. From the police department, congratulations to Tacoma Park Police Department officers Samuel Brownlee and Alexa Lizama on their graduation from the 78th session of the Montgomery County Police Academy. A special shout out to Officer Brownlee for earning the esteemed Luke T. Hoffman Award presented to the recruit with the highest overall academic average. We're incredibly proud of both of you, and congratulations to all the graduates. Also from the police department, we are live on Blue Sky. You can find our handles in the police emails we send out, as well as on X, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. A reminder that the department will continue cross-posting to X until June 1st, after which we will no longer be on the platform and will operate solely on Blue Sky. We'll still be active on our other platforms, and you can always find updates on the police department's website. From Public Works, the department would like to welcome Rudy Delsack, our new urban forest manager, who started working for the city on Monday, March 23rd. Rudy comes to us from the DC Department of Transportation. So welcome, Rudy. Also from Public Works, the department is hosting a tour with about 30 participants from the University of Maryland Sustainable Maryland program on Wednesday evening. Among the sites they will visit are the community center to see the green roof, EV charging and permeable parking service, Brashear's Run for the recently completed stream restoration project, and Circle Woods to see the results of the city's efforts regarding stream restoration, invasive plant removal, and establishment of native plants. And lastly, to RNS Automotive, the converted gas station which operates as a commercial EV charging facility. From the Recreation Department, the Recreation Center is hosting its annual Fitness Expo on April 5th. Short class demos will be going on all day, as well as exhibiting from various health-related agencies. This free event is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Rec Center at 7315 New Hampshire Avenue. And finally, as a shout out, Andrew is still here with us, our outgoing Deputy City Manager. Andrew, I just wanted to say, well, you were in our presence publicly, that your positive contributions to this organization and community have been immense. Andrew's skills and commitment, professionalism and hard work, insights and humor have really made a difference here. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge you, Andrew, for your contributions here tonight. And I know we all feel the same way. That is my report for this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm gonna give us a break before we go into the voting session. I could tell by the eyes. So if we will reconvene in 10, so 9:33. All right. Unless you all want sleeping bags. Cots. All right. Has everyone gotten their sweets? That. Can I get all council members to the dais? I love that everyone has snacks. All right. Thank you all so much. We're going to move into our voting session this evening. As a reminder, the resolution adopting the 2025-2026 City Council priorities has been removed. So we just have 3 items for vote. The first item is resolution repealing resolution 2016-16 regarding eligible uses of community development block grant funds. With that, I see our acting HCD director, Devin McNally, on the Zoom, and I'm just going to check with our city management team to see whether or not there are any points of discussion on this item before we move it for a vote.
Mayor, Mr. McNally is going to walk us through both the resolution for the Community Development Block Grant Funds as well as the Community Quality of Life Program.
Great, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Deb McNally here with the Department of Housing and Community Development. This was one of 2 items that was brought for discussion on March 19th. The Community Development Block Grant funding is from the federal government and it flows through Montgomery County. Back in 2016, the council passed a resolution limiting the use of those funds purely for capital projects. And those capital projects have to take place in specific census tracts. Those include wards 5, some of ward 4, and a small sliver of ward 6. And that is what we have been doing throughout the past years since then. We get about $91,000 annually from this allocation, and so that limits sometimes the use because we have to let it accumulate over several years given the general costs of these infrastructure projects. And so we are proposing passing a resolution before you today repealing that earlier 2016 resolution to allow staff to investigate using the CDBG funds for public services as well. All of these programs would have to be approved by both Montgomery County and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to make sure that they comply with the CDBG guidelines. But this would allow us to begin the process of doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. So in order to just kind of keep things in order, what we are going to do is vote on the resolution repealing resolution 2016-16. And this is regarding the CDBG funds. And I just wanted to, would someone like to move it? Thank you, Councilmember DeBallo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. And I just want to check with members of council to see whether or not there are points of discussion on this item. Councilmember DeBallo.
Just checking about the wording on the actual resolution, if it differs from what we saw the last time we talked about this.
No, staff
Yeah,
have made
I
no
did.
changes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak?
Director McNally, can you just confirm or reconfirm that the primary impetus for doing this is the risk that we may lose these funds, and we want to be able to be sure that we can use them in the best way possible? Is that at least a key driver behind doing this right now, or am I misunderstanding?
I wouldn't say it's a risk of losing the funds at the moment. We, along with everyone else, are still waiting for HUD to provide more guidance on these funds. But from our perspective, moving forward with this, we're looking at flexibility in the use of these funds rather than a risk of losing them entirely.
Okay, Councilmember Schlegel?
Hi, Director McNally. I just wanted to, I guess, ask to confirm that, like, when you talk about public services, putting this towards public services, the sense of that, or the spirit of that, is not to simply provide normal funding that would come out of the general fund in a typical year. It's for a public service that would have a lasting benefit. Is that the correct understanding?
The definition for HUD is public services to low and moderate income households, particularly low income households. So those making what's defined as 80% or less the area median income. And those services can be pretty creative as long as you are able to report out to HUD showing that you are serving those households specifically.
Okay, great. That's great to hear. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, all those in favor of the resolution to repeal Resolution 2016-16 to allow for the use of community development block grant funds for any program eligible purpose, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. So that resolution passes. The next item is a resolution revising the guidelines for the Community Quality of Life Grant Program. Devin, I think you're on mute. There you go.
Thank you.
Here now.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So the second item that we have today is once again also was discussed on March 19th. It is revising the guidelines for the Community Quality of Life Grant Program. We are looking to, as staff, put out the application at the end of March so that we can get all of the applications in for the FY26 awardees to be reviewed by our Grants Review Committee. And as part of kind of the end of ARPA funding for the Food Insecurity Program, the Grants Review Committee worked with our grants manager to come up with suggested revisions to the funding parameters and guidelines of the Community Quality of Life Grant Program. And so they presented on that, and we have Lucy Moore here virtually as well from the Grants Review Committee to answer any follow-up questions. We as staff took kind of notes on the discussion, and so what we did was try to work that into an updated resolution. The three main takeaways we had was council wanted to be very crystal clear about what types of programs would qualify for the Community Quality of Life grant nowadays. And so what we did was we used the three types of programs that were funded under kind of the FY25 funding programs for all of our grant programs that were overseen by the Grants Review Committee. So that's youth enrichment in arts and sciences, food insecurity, and workforce development. We also included language to talk about the reassessment of community needs and priorities every 2 years. And then the final one was there was a requested removal of a specific 75% residency. And there was some concern about we want to make sure that these funds are going towards Tacoma Park residents. And so what staff included was language that did change the 75% minimum, but said that they will primarily benefit Tacoma Park residents. And so there is a resolution in front of you. All the changes are marked so that you can see what has been added in since.
Thank you so much, Mr. McNally. And just as a reminder for my colleagues, the program focus areas, which was discussed during the meeting, was youth enrichment in arts and sciences, food insecurity, as well as workforce development. And additionally, as Mr. McNally mentioned, there was discussion about renewal or modification every 2 years, which was also discussed. Are there any questions for Mr. McNally regarding the amendment or the recommended language that's included in the draft? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move forward to the vote. Would someone like to move the resolution revising the guidelines of the Community Quality Life Grant Program?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to go by who I heard. Councilmember Westlake moved. Councilmember Schlegel seconded. Any points of discussion? Okay. All those in favor of a resolution revising the guidelines of the Community Quality of Life Grant Program, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Item moves forward. Thank you so much, Mr. McNally. And I have never seen someone jump off Zoom so fast. All right. He's going.
Just the camera. Okay, just the camera.
All right. We're going to, our last item in the voting session is the first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code 13.20.040A9, parking or standing prohibited areas. Just as a reminder for my colleague, this is an item that was tabled during the meeting on March the 12th. And so with that, I am actually going to turn things over to Councilmember DeBala to discuss the modified language that was started to be discussed during the council meeting and was finalized by Councilmember DeBala afterwards. So Councilmember DeBala.
Well, hi, everybody. So in the very last piece of paper in the packet is the revised code language. And so to recap from a couple weeks ago, instead of saying that in all cases, there'll be the stairway will not be, you can't park in front of it. Instead, we are saying that in front of a public or private access stairway that immediately butts the curb, and that's identified as no parking or standing. So that it's an opt-in, not an opt-out. That's the change in the code language. So again, the very last piece of paper in your packet. There is also a suggested amendment to the whereases, which does not seem to be included in the packet. So if you turn to the very first page, the second white page after the picture, you'll see the whereases, and we wanted to add a fourth. And so I will just read it. I had sent it to the city clerk, but I'll resend it to the city clerk. There's been a lot going on this week. And the new fourth whereas is what we talked about. Whereas the city staff will review the city code and policies regarding traffic sign requests to determine ways to better ensure that all residents understand how to make these requests. We had a discussion about equity, about whether people really know that they have the option to do this. And so we decided that as part of this, we would ask the city staff for a review of this and a couple of other traffic and parking related things that are in the city where you can request something, and just double check how's the best way to make sure that residents of all sorts, not just the folks who are able to come here tonight, are able to understand that they have these choices and that they can request these things. So that's the fourth whereas. I'm going to read it one more time. Fourth whereas. Whereas the city staff will review the city code and policies regarding traffic sign requests to determine ways to better ensure that all residents understand how to make these requests. A little cumbersome, but couldn't really think of a smoother way to say that. And there was a minor change in the third whereas. Instead of it, again, to reflect the opt-in, opt-out, instead of we have determined that except for subject to certain exceptions, we've determined that in certain circumstances. So again, just changing the grammar to be consistent. So with those, one editorial whereas change in 3, adding a new fourth whereas, and then the new code language. That's my friendly amendment.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions about
I think,
that?
yeah, I think that folks are a little confused. I'm just gonna jog everyone's memory. During the conversation where we were tabling this item, some may recall that we were writing at the dais a fourth whereas clause just to make sure that there isn't a need for any additional modifications to the code, because we wanted to make sure that staff were able to go back and double look at our practices and policies regarding requests for things like thermal stripping. So Councilmember Dabala has just read aloud, and I apologize because that language was shared and I don't.
Yeah, somehow it didn't.
But the draft fourth whereas language, which Councilmember Dabala has just read aloud, which basically asks for staff to take a look at our current policies and procedures to just make sure that folks are aware of how to request these types of strips or any kind of signage necessary to limit parking within in front of their homes. There was a editorial change to the third whereas, and just as a reminder for folks, on the last page there was language altering the code language, just to again clarify a little bit that we were talking about the access stairway that immediately abuts the curb, and making sure that there was clarification around no parking or standing by adjacent signage, roadway or curb markings. Would it be helpful for Councilmember Dabala to read that whereas clause again, just so that folks are familiar?
I would appreciate that, Madam Mayor, and I would also appreciate if the city manager or his colleagues have comments on whether it's clear what's expected from that language. I was thinking listening to review it and then not refer to to coming back with recommendations for revisions if necessary, something that potentially would be more clear in terms of what we're asking of them. So that's just a question for either my colleague or else for the city's manager and his staff.
Great. Councilmember Dabala, do you mind reading that whereas clause again?
No, I don't. Once I can find it. Yeah, I sent it around on the 14th, and I didn't get a lot of reaction except for a couple of council members. So I did assume it was okay, but maybe I shouldn't have. So whereas the city staff will review the city code and policies regarding traffic sign requests to determine ways to better ensure that all residents understand how to make these requests. Yeah, you had suggested adding a word.
Okay. So was there another amendment to that whereas?
Are you asking me
Yeah.
that question? I'm just trying to, I mean, I just heard it and I'm not looking at it, but maybe it's inherent or implied there that if revisions to the rules or the code are required, that the staff will come back with recommendations, or I don't know whether that should be more clearly stated in that, or whether, that's why I was asking whether the staff had any reaction, whether it's clear what we want with that language.
Yeah. So I guess my question for city management, based on the language that was just read as a whereas, my understanding, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, that we already have practices in place that allow people to make requests for things like signage and thermal stripping and things of that nature. But the main question was making sure that we are doing our due diligence to make sure that that process is easily known for folks. And so I guess my question for you all is whether or not the whereas clause that Councilmember DeBala just read is clear, and whether or not there is a need for us to ask for staff to come back. You would only need to come back if it was a matter of adjusting the code, not necessarily if it's a matter of just normal, communicating or reminding residents or promoting the process in which residents would need to take in order to request something like signage or thermal stripping.
Our understanding right now, Mayor, is that exactly that we would only come back if our process obligates us to come back. Otherwise, we'll conduct a review and ensure that residents understand how they can request this process as well as other processes that right now are not necessarily written in any kind of policy. And as a comment to Councilmember DeBala's proposed language, staff don't have any concerns about the proposed language.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, just staying on that same topic, because Councilmember DeBala, you said similar such processes, and it just gets me thinking about, I still see some signs that say there's an exemption that the resident doesn't have to bring their garbage and recycling to the street. Is it our understanding that would be in that same grouping of types of processes that they would review, or are we restricting this to sort of parking related things?
For the purpose of this resolution, we're not asking for a full review of every single resident request process that we have. It's really restricted to parking, stripping, and requests for parking signage that would have some bearing on the code amendment that we're proposing right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move this item so that we can vote on it. So with
Mayor, you have a comment from the city clerk.
Mayor Searcy, so it was already moved and seconded.
Oh, gosh,
at the
I'm so
prior
sorry.
meeting.
Thanks.
And then Councilmember DeBala had proposed the amendment. Councilmember Gilbert seconded that amendment, but that's where the discussion
tabled.
went awry.
Okay. So that means
We vote on the amendment?
So now you have the amendment. So you could just vote on the amendment and then the ordinance is what I would suggest.
okay. Thank you very much, because I would have never remembered that we had moved this thing like X number of weeks ago. All right. So so the amendment was already moved, correct?
Yes, by Councilmember DeBala.
Moved by Councilmember DeBala, seconded by Councilmember Gilbert. Was there but that amendment has since changed. But it was a friendly amendment. I guess a
This
friendly
is
amendment
true.
to the
So-
amendment.
But in either case, I would suggest you vote on the amendment itself.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. All those in favor of the amendments that Councilmember DeBala has just read through, and just as a recap for folks, editorial amendment to the third whereas clause, the addition of the fourth whereas clause, as well as clarification to the actual code language itself. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so now we're going to vote on the amended First reading ordinance amending section 13.20.040 parking or standing in prohibited areas. And given that this is a first reading ordinance, I'm going to ask for the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Aye.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Okay. All right.
And then I will, thank you, and I will send final language to the clerk.
Excellent. And this item will come back to us for a second reading ordinance next week. Okay, all right, we're gonna move to our presentations. The first item this evening is the quarterly financial report, FY25 second quarter. With that, I'll turn things over to the city manager.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. It is staff's pleasure to bring you the fiscal year 2025 financial report for the second quarter of our fiscal year. The period that we cover ultimately in this review is July 1st, 2024 to December 2024. The purpose is to summarize revenue and expenditures, including budget amendment number 1, identify discrepancies in year-to-year trends, and to enable inquiry and investigation of any inconsistencies. The total year-to-date revenue across all funds is $19.7 million, or 54% of the budgeted amount. Total year-to-date actual expenditures is $18.8 million, or 35% of the budgeted amount with the second quarter. Revenue exceeded expenditures by $955,359 due to surpluses in the general fund and stormwater fund. Presenting a fund summary here, the general fund, $3.2 million surplus is due specifically to collection of annual tax duplication revenue, which came all in September. Special revenue fund, $102,000 deficit due to timing of revenue collection and cable grant expenditure. The ARPA fund, $2.2 million deficit due to delayed revenue recognition in the federal grant. Federal grants are usually subject to delayed revenue recognition because they are often conditional, meaning revenue cannot be recognized until specific conditions or performance obligations are met. ARPA is one of the cost reimbursement grants we have, meaning that revenue is only recognized when qualifying expenses are incurred and approved. The Stormwater Management Fund, $253,000 surplus due to pending capital projects. And Speed Camera Fund, $260,000 deficit due to delayed revenue from red light cameras resulting from delayed program implementation, which was due to delays from SHA and the contractor in establishing these devices in the field until the third quarter of FY25. General fund summary. General fund is the chief operating fund of the city. It supports the regular daily activities, including police protection, street and parking maintenance, and general administrative functions. The primary general fund revenue sources are taxes and utility fees and intergovernmental revenue. General fund revenues total $18.6 million, or 61% of the FY25 budgeted amount at this juncture. And by comparison, in FY24, a year ago, the general fund year-to-date revenues were also $18.6 million, which at the time represented $64%, of the budgeted amount. General fund year-to-date expenditures were $15.3 million, or 42% of the FY25 budgeted amount. A year ago, it was the same dollar amount and the same percentage. General fund revenue and expenses, whose percentage collected or expended differs by 30% or more year over year, is considered significant. So that's part of what we look for. Significant differences in revenue collection from FY24 to FY25 for the period that ends December 31st. Public utilities tax. FY25, $173,000, or 69%, versus last year where none had been collected. Due to timing of utilities tax receipt, that's the reason for the difference. In FY24, the county began sending payment in January, i.e. third quarter FY24. Use of money and property. In FY25, $352,000, which represented 77% of expected revenue collection. FY24, it was $373,000, which represented more than 100%. And the FY25 budget increased to $460,000 from $227,000 last year due to the rapid interest rate increase in FY24. Actual interest income, however, declined following the Fed's decision to lower interest rates beginning in FY25. With respect to police protection, FY25, $131,000, FY24, $277,000. And this is also due to timing. Timing, in this case, of the SAP grant, the receipt of the SAP monies. These are special appropriations for police protection, I think, and that's a grant from the state that the city receives annually. And again, this is a timing issue. Rental license and inspection fee, FY25, $23,000. Last year, at this time, $249,000, which represented quite a bit more of what had been budgeted. In FY24, license fees were collected at the beginning of the fiscal year. With the implementation of a new payment system this year, FY25, customers can now pay at the license due date, which varies throughout the year. So the collection pace is quite different than last year. Significant differences in expenditures. Interdepartmental, FY25, $866,000, and FY24, $1.2 million. The FY25 budget increased to $2.7 million from $1.9 million last year due to the inclusion of HCD grant projects and the mental health counselor program in the ARPA reallocation tied to the second budget amendment as approved by the Mayor and Council. FY24, the actual expenditures were higher due to a $400,000 legal contingency expense for the NDC settlement. I won't read through the table, but it does. This is publicly available, and you have a copy as well. But with respect to the speed camera fund, revenue totals $244,000 approximately, or 13% of the budgeted amount. So this is reflecting what I said a moment ago about the delays in the program. Expenditures total $503,000, almost $504,000, or 67% of the budgeted amount. Those are the contracts primarily and labor associated with operating the program. Once again, red light camera revenue was included in this budget. However, the second quarter revenue just began in December due to delays in program implementation, again resulting from delayed installation coordination between SHA and the vendor. So as of December 31st, the city collected $20,121 in red light camera fines and $161,000 approximately in speed camera fines. For the stormwater fund, revenues total $516,000, or 67% of the budgeted amount. This is received from the county monthly and expenditures total almost 263,000, which represents 27% of what we budgeted for expenditures. And really, this is just presenting the budget calendar, and for the public's benefit, we wanted to provide this once again. As we all know, this evening we had the first public hearing on the FY26 budget. In April, on April 2nd, is the first budget reconciliation. On April 9th is the second public hearing and the second budget reconciliation. On April 16th is the third and final budget reconciliation. And on April 30th we project the first reading of the budget ordinances, with in anticipation that in May 7th, it would be the second and final reading of the budget ordinances. Chief Financial Officer Susan Chung is available as well, and staff stands ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Just checking. Uh-oh, my mic isn't working. Okay, no one can hear me. All right. Excellent. Okay, just checking to see if we have any questions from my colleague on this matter. Councilmember Schlegel?
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I guess thinking about the FY26 budget, one of the biggest changes is the anticipated red light camera revenue. And so looking at the initial revenues from the cameras, as well as projecting more cameras coming online, how confident or concerned are you about the projection that's in the budget right now? It looks like for the FY25 there was 1.3 million projected, and so it looks unlikely that we'll hit that mark this year.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We are happy to answer that. The chief is here as well. Those delays we had anticipated and we had budgeted in 5 for revenue the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st, and really the first dollar started trickling in December. The installation took that long, and the coordination problems between SHA and the vendor, which were unfortunate, contributed to that greatly. So we have a grace period in there that was primarily in November, parts of December. Not all the cameras were installed on the same date, of course, so there was a little bit of a staging with various cameras. We are encouraged with the pace at which, first of all, the purpose of the program, and I'll state it again publicly, is to try to provide a safer environment for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for motorists. The fact that we have, at this point, relatively high number of violations that are being registered indicates that, yes, there was a problem, and yes, we're going to be receiving considerably more revenue than we have so far. The $2.6 million that we have estimated for the FY26 budget are relatively conservative in our opinion. And I'll let Chief speak to that in a bit. We have some expectation that it can be higher than that. So at this point, and with the initial looking at January's level and January and I think February's level citations, that seems to be consistent with supporting that number of 2.6 at a minimum. We also have 2 additional, although we did not budget for it, but an additional intersection, University and New Hampshire, that we hope to bring online. We also think will generate quite a bit of revenue. Because that hasn't been installed yet, we didn't count our chickens, before the eggs were hatched. So we didn't put that revenue into the budget estimations. But in reality, we really do hope that within the coming months those will come online as well, and that 2.6 will be an even more conservative number. But at this point, with your permission, I'd like to ask Chief to add any additional comments that you have.
You pretty much gave from A to Z a version of what of what the program is. We're very confident in the numbers. We look at varying statistics. Part of it is the grace period that the city manager spoke of. There's also the actual number of violations that come in, and there's a delay in doing that. All of our cameras are now up on board, and all of the numbers are indicating citation volume in excess of the estimated 2.6 million. But just the intersection at New Hampshire and University, and this speaks to the issues at that intersection. That intersection alone, the volume of citations there equals the volume of citations for all of the other cameras that we have in the city. So that shows you how important that intersection is. So we're hopeful to have that intersection up within the next couple months or so.
Thanks, and what that's really helpful. So when you say the volume of the citations at New Hampshire and University, the citations are being measured but not fined yet?
All of the cameras that have been approved by the State Highway Administration are already installed. Those are the ones along New Hampshire Avenue and the ones at Piney Branch and East West Highway. The ones at New Hampshire and University have not been approved yet. We did not get approval from HSA. They would not approve any site that was in a purple line construction zone. So now that intersection is being done, we will bring that online. We're not when we bring a program on board, what we do is there's a program evaluation of various intersections throughout the city. And what we gauge is the number of violations on a given day. And we do this over a very long period of time to gauge how much we would estimate the number of citations. And that's consistent with where we are. And when we do our estimates, we always estimate low. We also factor in a percentage of non-payment. The percentage of non-payment could be anywhere from 30% to 20%, or excuse me, to 12%. So we always go with the highest percentage just to be cautious. So the numbers that we've given factor in that higher rate of non-payment.
Okay, great. So the estimate of the revenue from New Hampshire and University is based on your visual evaluations of those intersections over time.
Yeah, it's based off of data that's collected by our vendor when we originally evaluated various intersections throughout the city.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. I just want to thank our staff and Director Chung. You know, you've taught me well. I'm like, oh well, this is Q2. You know, it's kind of hard to put too much stock into Q2, given where we are in the fiscal year. But it is always helpful to kind of see how our revenues are progressing and how we are moving forward in terms of our cadence of expenditures. So thank you so much for working on this.
Yes, we are halfway through the fiscal year. Usually the expenditures are a little bit delayed, especially for the year end. It's about 1 or 2 months delay. So it's not particularly different, from previous years, that our expenditure is a little bit lower than the revenue.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to move to our next item, which is the budget reconciliation spreadsheet.
Mayor and Council, we have, this will be a two-part discussion. Ms. Chung will lead us through the first portion where we discuss our typical reconciliation process. We'll go through the spreadsheet in good detail so that everybody understands how it works. And then once we've answered all the council's questions related to the reconciliation, Mr. McNally will begin a new process related to the traffic calming and sidewalk and walk us through a spreadsheet that we think will be helpful in helping council have the discussion related to the projects that you want to see in FY26.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to give an overview of our fiscal year 26 budget reconciliation sheet. This budget reconciliation sheet is similar to last year. The budget reconciliation is a process of reviewing and adjusting the city manager's proposed budget to incorporate significant changes prior to the final budget approval. This step is especially important for fiscal year 26, as departmental estimates were submitted quite early during the process, and some revenue and program expenditures information were received later in the budget development timeline. These updates are captured in the budget reconciliation. The city's council's budget reconciliation process will begin next week on April 2nd and continue on April 9, and concluded with the final reconciliation on April 16. During this period, council members may propose addition, reduction, or adjustment to the specific budget items. Each proposal will be documented in the reconciliation spreadsheet along with the name of the council member making the request. The spreadsheet is designed to automatically calculate the impact of each proposed change on the general fund's unassigned reserves. The fiscal year 26 budget reconciliation include adjustment across general fund, stormwater fund, special revenue fund, red light camera fund, and opera fund. Within the spreadsheet, the revenue sections are highlighted in green, and expenditure sections are shown in light orange for clarity. In the general fund section, when you can see on the screen, the original proposed revenue was $31,895,986. After the adjustment, we have three adjustments on the list. After the adjustments, the revised revenue is $31,934,360, reflecting a net increase of $38,374. And the detailed adjustments are decrease of the police protection SEP grant. The revenue is reduced by $65,000. An increase of the fiscal year 24 crossing guard FTE adjustment made by the county, and we have an additional revenue of $66,321. An increase of the library aid revenue in the amount of $37,053. So the net change, as I just mentioned, is $38,374, and this amount is added to our unassigned reserve. So the original proposed expenditure total $33,760,928. With the various program increases and reductions, the revised expenditure is $34,052,463, a net increase of expenditure of $291,535. And the items in the expenditure include 3 decreases and 4 increases. The first decrease is the public work facility design project. We have a decrease of $150,000. Another decrease is a CIP item for SHA sidewalk. The amount is $50,000. And then another decrease of current vacant position recommended by the city manager for a decrease of $130,000. The increases include Public Work Community Center, Police Dispatch Atrium Project, an increase of $285,000, an increase of HCD grant social service community connector, 150,000. HCD grant, multi-family building improvement, the amount is 50,000. And the last increase is the HCD grant emergency rental assistance. The amount is 136,535. So the revised expenditure is, as I just mentioned, is 34,052,463, and the net change, that is an increase of expenditure of 291,535, and this amount is going to subtract from our unassigned reserve, and we can see from the section below in blue that 291,535 is subtracting from the unassigned reserve of 9,030,232. And besides the general fund expenditures, we also have a recommended amount of increase of expenditure, but the use of fund is from the facility maintenance reserve. And that amount is for $60,000 for HCD departmental renovation. And because of the renovation, we're using the facility maintenance reserve fund. That's why in response, the city manager recommended a contribution to the facility maintenance reserve. And this contribution is transferred from our unassigned reserve. If it is transferred from our unassigned reserve, meaning that we are going to reduce our unassigned reserve by 150,000. So the net difference, the net change after this revision with the expenditure reduction, the expenditure increase, the revenue increase, as well as the contribution, the net fund balance is estimated to be $8,627,071. So this is the changes in our unassigned reserve because of all these revenue change and expenditure change. So I'm going to go down to different funds. There's no change in the stormwater. The fund revenue is 932,950. Stormwater expenditure is 950,168. For the special revenue fund, we have an increase of expenditure as well as an increase of revenue due to the public work facility design project, which is a grant we are going to receive, awarded for $263,000. With the increase of expenditure, we will be reimbursed with $263,000 as well. So the net change is going to net out, and it won't affect our special revenue fund balance. The red light camera and speed camera, the revenue is 2.6 million, and the expenditure amount is 2,638,976. In that expenditure, we have an increase of HCD multifamily improvement for 300,000. And at the same time, we do have a decrease in the CIP SHA sidewalk of 300,000. So the two amount net out each other. So the revised expenditure is the same as the beginning balance. For ARPA fund, there is no addition and no change in our reconciliation for this year. So this is the general overview of our fiscal year 26 budget reconciliation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Sure. So first, thank you so much. I love this spreadsheet. It makes it a lot easier when you are at home looking for a way to kind of look at the impacts of things that you may want to tweak with the budget and kind of being able to see it in real time. One of the things, just as a point of order, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of how we're going to handle reconciliation, are the items that are here the staff's predetermined reconciliation items, or are these items that are listed here just examples that you're pre-populating the spreadsheet, or is this the current list of staff reconciliation items that are being proposed?
This is the staff recommended current reconciliation items. And if there are any other addition or changes made by the council, it will be added to this existing list.
Okay. And I just, given that it is 10:30, and I know that we're going to have 3 whole meetings devoted to reconciliation, I don't want us to belabor the point around asking detailed questions regarding the items that you all have here. I think the purpose of this presentation is to give folks an overview of the spreadsheet, and it's my understanding correct, we should all have an electronic version of this, correct? Okay, so we will be, everyone should have an electronic version of this spreadsheet that you can use on your own, correct?
Yes. And there are 2 numbers I want to point out in particular. One is right under the green section of the general fund. I want to stress that each cent of this tax rate equal to $307,830. When we increase 1 cent, this is the amount of revenue that we're going to have to add to our total general fund revenue. And another number I want to point out is the percentage of our unassigned fund balance. With all these additional items, our unassigned reserve balance is at 27.02%. So it's still above our reserve policy.
Okay.
It's 10% above our reserve policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the spreadsheet we're looking at does not have the other information that appears on the screen right now. Is that when we call up the electronic version, are we going to be able to see this information?
Yes, the electronic version, sometimes the print version doesn't include the print area. Yeah, the print area for this table in particular only includes the columns with the actual, but when you get the actual file, you'll see that all of these items on the side are also included as well. And there should be a formula in them that will auto populate. City Manager, did you have a point?
Just to your point about questions, staff would be happy to receive questions during the week as opposed to this evening. That's better time management.
Great.
I just had a question for the city manager about the process for any changes that management might make. If they're happening midweek, would you be informing us that there's been a change in the spreadsheet? Or would there be a note that we can spot? Or, how will we see that you've made a suggested change?
You're asking if there were further changes beyond tonight. Yes, we would want to make sure that council's apprised of any changes to what's presented here.
And just as a reminder, I do want to make sure that everybody, because we have a lot of new council members and understanding how this process works. So the city management office will maintain the master list of the budget reconciliation items. It will include those items that staff may be proposing, but also during council meetings, and we will have 3 that are devoted to reconciliation. As council members put items on the list, this list will continue to grow. And just as a reminder, we ultimately have to vote on the reconciliation items. So what will slowly appear to be a bunch of items that either council members or staff, and some combination of the two, we ultimately, during our last reconciliation session, will need to go through and vote on all of them, including possible staff recommendations for reconciliation as well. So again, just because the staff are recommending items to adjust to the budget, it still is on the list, and these are things that we would ultimately need to vote on. In addition to, and just as a reminder, everyone should keep in mind that we, at the end of the day, will have 3 votes. One is for the budget, which relates to what projects and things that we are actually funding in the book, right? We have to have a vote on the tax rate, which is whatever is determined after all of the dust settles in terms of what the tax rate will be. And then we will also need to vote on the stormwater budget. Okay? So there are multiple votes that we'll need to have in addition to the various votes that'll need to happen through the reconciliation process. So I do just want to make sure that everybody understands that that's part of the process as well. So as you are going through the budget, staff is working on any kinds of adjustments that they may see in the budget. And as you are putting together your list of reconciliation items, keep in mind that we'll need to vote on those as well.
Mayor, in addition to your 3 points this year, for the first time, there'll also be a need to vote on the traffic calming and sidewalk
yes.
projects. And then I have a question. In recent years, their council has pre-populated the reconciliation list prior to the first reconciliation, and usually there's a cutoff date. It would be helpful to know if council is interested in doing that this year, because we'll have to give you an idea of when Director Chung will need that in order to pre-populate the reconciliation for the next or first reconciliation session.
Yeah. So this year we have 3, if I remember correctly, 3 budget reconciliation work sessions. We need to make sure we have a clean list, or at least a list ready to vote on by the end of the second meeting. So that would be, yep. I'm just checking on when that second meeting is. So the final budget reconciliation meeting is on April the 16th. So that means, yep. So we would need to make sure that we at least have the final list of reconciliation items. Our second meeting is on the 9th. 9th. And then the final is on the 16th. Yeah, so we would be looking at having at least the final cut so that we can get ready to do voting for the final reconciliation on April the 11th.
And Mayor, I actually don't know that
Yep.
the point I just made is relevant this year. Usually, I think this conversation happens maybe a week before,
Right.
which gives us a chance to receive reconciliation items. Given that we're having the first reconciliation next week,
Right.
there's really no time to pre-populate it
No.
because we need it by tomorrow.
No. So the thing is that the first reconciliation, and just to kind of catch people up, we're going to have reconciliation discussions on the 2nd, and we're going to have one on the 9th. There's not going to be any time to pre-populate. So what will need to happen is during our first budget work session, folks will be free to start calling out what your reconciliation items are if you have them ready. Ideally, if there are any additional reconciliation items, we would need them because we have our second reconciliation meeting on the 9th. We need to have at least a clean slate for voting on the 16th by the 11th. And that's so that everyone will at least have a clean list of what are all of the reconciliation items and can follow up with folks before we get to the point on that following Wednesday to actually have our final budget reconciliation, because we will need to vote on the 16th, or at least do preliminary hand votes on reconciliation items, because we need to make sure that we give staff enough time to do any number crunching that needs to happen based on the reconciliation list that will possibly move forward. Okay, Councilmember Honzak.
I just want to, oops, am I on? I just want to suggest, since I was a new council member last time, this is a bit overwhelming, but it's a really great process, and it will move quickly. I found it very helpful to have my own little Excel spreadsheet running during the conversation. So if you want to do that, I actually recommend, just so that you can see what's important to you about where you want to get to. But because we want to move fast, it's helpful if you reach out to council members about the issues that really matter to you a lot before we get to the public meeting, one-on-one, and talk to them in more depth about what's important to you.
Councilmember Schlegel.
I guess that relates to my question I was going to ask, which was about, we have our norm of no surprises. And so I was wondering if this process is a little bit different. In other words, is it okay to bring up a reconciliation item live at the dais when you haven't been able to talk with other people about it? I mean, I'll say, just as a teacher, it's going to be very hard for me to be checking in with most of you regularly during the weeks.
No, this is the one time where it is okay. I mean, I have put a reconciliation item mid-conversation. You know what? Can we add that to the list? And you can pull back your reconciliation item if you, over the course of the weeks that we're doing the budget reconciliation, decide, you know what? I changed my mind about that. It's better for you to say it when you think it and make sure it's flagged for you, and everyone else will have that ability to see as well. And then what will happen, or what usually happens, is once we're at a point where the list of items is pretty clean, then some of the discussions will start to happen naturally, because people will see what is being proposed. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Chung. And just as a reminder, again, folks will receive this spreadsheet. And definitely, Devin's talking about something different. But the spreadsheet is actually really helpful, and it does really help to make it seem a little bit more real as you're working through your budget ideas. Okay, so the next item is, I think Mr. McNally is going to cover budget reconciliation as it relates to traffic calming.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sharing my screen right now, so let me know if you guys can all see this.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, so with the upcoming work session on April 9, one of the things that City Manager's Office recommended and staff think is a really good idea is we've kind of borrowed from Finance's reconciliation spreadsheet for the sidewalk, traffic calming, and traffic study, kind of allocating funding to those projects. So what we've put at the top is the total allocation. So that includes all the money that is set aside currently or proposed for sidewalks, for traffic calming, and for the traffic study, minus the amount that is earmarked for projects that are going through the old petition process. So that's that $425,000 you see at the top. And then you have the current funded project total. And I'll explain that is being driven by this piece, all these different listed projects. So right now, every single project, both design of sidewalks with one construction sidewalk project there is on this list along with its score and its cost estimate. And anything on this list going down will be calculated in this cell right here. And then it just says, hey, this is the net amount of remaining funds left. So if it's a negative number, there are too many projects on the list. If it's a positive number, you still have money that you can allocate. To change it, what we'll be doing is moving a project. So let's say the Flower Avenue traffic study, it's decided this isn't the year for that. We will move it in live real time down to the bottom. What you see right now are the list of unfunded projects. They're the construction of the sidewalk projects. Most of them we anticipate design will take a year. So they're unfunded because the construction won't happen this coming fiscal year. And so what will happen after it's moved is that number will update itself and the amount of funded project total will change and the amount of remaining funds will change. And so it'll work the opposite if you add a project from the unfunded list into the funded list. So that is kind of how it will work. I'm hoping to get this out next week to council members so that you have some time to look at the different projects.
Okay. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? One of the things I actually think that this is extremely helpful because I know one of the things that we have been guilty of in the past is just at random saying we're going to say sidewalks or we're going to take $50,000 from sidewalks and not fully knowing what impact that has on the projects, the number of projects that we'll be able to fund. So this does help a little bit with making sure that we understand the fact that we are going to need to delay, I don't want to say cut, delay certain sidewalk projects or add funds to the sidewalk budget in order to make sure that sidewalk projects that's on this list are fully funded. So Devin, you said that we would get this spreadsheet on Monday, correct?
That's my goal. I want to make sure city manager's office is good with it before and that we catch any minor issues. So, but yes, Monday is our goal.
Mayor and Council, one thing that you will see as a result of this process, because the funds are commingled here in the spreadsheet, but not so much in the FY26 proposed budget. So the sidewalk projects, as a for instance, there is a line item for sidewalks, there's a line item for traffic calming, there's a line item for CIP line item for traffic studies. If based on the final composed list of funded projects, that means that we need to transfer funds from one fund to another. That'll just show up as a transfer in a reconciliation.
Mm-hmm.
One
Councilman.
clarification. Thank you. I'm trying to combine this information that we're just taking on board and the information about the reconciliation process. Like, let's say hypothetically, there's a particular sidewalk piece that I want to recommend not be funded. Do I, under reconciliation, am I listing sidewalk fund or am I listing X amount of dollars for X sidewalk project? Like, in other words, how clear is it what that cut is that I would be recommending? I don't want to just say, well, cut the fund, randomly. Like, how should we express that? Because in the budget as a whole, you're probably not going to be breaking it down project by project, I assume, when we see this document.
What would happen is that the project that you don't want funded, it would have to be voted on, and it would not show up in the funded projects. So the assuming that council still wants to utilize the full amount of funding available, you would substitute that project with another project, and then the project that you don't want funded would not exist in this list. So you wouldn't necessarily have to make any change to the reconciliation unless it was a transfer or for some reason council wanted to add funding or reduce funding.
Right. As long as, so, and just want to make sure. So right now, the total allocation that's in the budget for sidewalk traffic calming and traffic studies, if I'm reading this correct, is $425,000.
there are another $150,000 included, but those are already earmarked for existing projects.
Okay.
From our old process.
Okay. So in this case, if let's say someone were to say, you know what, I don't even want this 425,000, instead 325,000, and they cut projects along the lines to make that happen. So then their budget reconciliation item would be to basically say, hey, I want to reduce the total allocation for the unapproved sidewalk, traffic calming, traffic study projects to 325,000. So I'm going to say $100,000 would be on the budget reconciliation list as, you know, a cut decrease. And then this list would only include, for that particular council member that's making a recommendation, projects that would total up to that 325K. So you wouldn't have to list the specific sidewalks that you would want cut on the budget reconciliation list. You would need to be able to show that you're reducing this line item of this 425K. You're recommending decreasing that by $100,000. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's also fairly complicated. So, and complicated because two things would have to happen, I guess. First, there would have to be agreement from council that there is a reduction in the total amount in the reconciliation. And then we'd have to come back to this spreadsheet and then devise a series of projects that would add up to whatever that new total number is for traffic calming, sidewalk, and traffic study.
Right. But I think the thing that I'm trying to state is this is to some degree kind of doing two things. It's not only trying to get us to prioritize, because you have more projects than you have funding. So it's trying to get us to prioritize which sidewalk projects we want to fund, and make a decision about the total amount of money that should be going towards these projects at large, whether it's higher or lower than the amount that is currently in the budget of the 425,000.
That's true.
So
but it assumes that the current amount in the proposed budget is the amount of total dollars available for these series of projects.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, if I have two goals, say,
Mhm.
one of them is hypothetically, I don't like one of these projects and I want to take them stricken off the list. And number two, my goal is to reduce overall size of our budget in order to try and address the question of whether we can afford it or not, and trying to live, within our means. So I just want to understand, if I propose a cut in a particular project, and, because my constituents want it, I mean, I don't know if this is going to happen, but I'm just saying, is there a way that happens without then just moving to the next project down the line, and instead says, okay, this is how much we should be spending this year and no more? I mean, I'm not sure that the process as described allows me or allows any of us to recommend an overall budget cut through a particular project or something like that, if it's just like the bottom line of the whole kit and caboodle for sidewalks. Do you see what I'm saying? Maybe.
Yeah, no.
And that was my attempt to answer that earlier. There would have to be consensus among council to reduce from 425 to some other number.
Right. So it would have to be have to be an item. There would have to be an order of operations with this.
I'd
So
have
that-
to offer up the reduction for a particular one that doesn't, burn somebody else's biscuit, if I may
Yeah.
use your
Mhm, mhm,
expression.
mhm.
But I could do that and then offer the context in which I'm proposing to do it. Is that the general
Right.
idea?
What I'm thinking is, let's say, well, this hypothetically, someone says, you know what, 425K? Nope. I want us to cut it to 325. So what would need to happen is $100,000 reduction would have to show up on the reconciliation list. The council would have to vote on that, right? Which would then set, similarly, someone could say, you know what? I want to add 217,000 to this thing. That would have to go on the reconciliation list. The council would have to vote on those items. That then would determine the actual amount of funding for these projects. We would then have to determine, based on the new funding level, which of these projects would be approved. So it's one thing to kind of look at this list, assuming that the amount that is budgeted of 425,000 would stay the same, and you can go through and try to play around. This is assuming that, hey, we have more projects and you're just prioritizing projects. But when we get into the reconciliation process where people want to play around with that total dollar amount, either moving it up or moving it down, we have to vote on that before we can finalize the list of projects that would be approved. Does that make sense?
No, I mean, I understand it, but logically, to me, if the council wants to, as a policy matter, not spend money on something and wants to clarify for their colleagues where they're proposing to make that cut in an overall budget amount, it's a little bit like, I talked this over with Councilmember DeBala, who was trying to explain to me how this works. In the U.S. Congress, when the Appropriations Committee takes a vote that says none of these dollars can be spent for aid to the Contras in Nicaragua. I mean, I'd like to be able to say, I'm recommending that we cut this budget by X number of dollars because I don't think that this particular project under this big rubric is one that merits support, and rather be able to recommend that process to my colleagues so they can understand what the cut is that I'm proposing. And I don't mean to be difficult here. I just want to understand
No.
we can help one another identify areas that we think could, could be cut.
No, what I'm saying is that you can do that. It would just be on a reconciliation. It would be for the not this spreadsheet, but the other spreadsheet. And so it would be a reconciliation item. I am recommending a decrease of 35% to our traffic calming budget, right? I'm just making it up.
Right.
And you can debate it, people can talk about it, but what I'm saying is that there has to be a vote on that budget amount in order for a decision, this council to also make the decision around which projects would ultimately make the cut based on the funding amount that we had agreed upon. So it has to be a bit of a two-step process.
Understood. It has to be 2 steps. I'm just thinking that reversing the order makes it more evident what one is trying to accomplish. That's the only point when you said, did it make sense? My colleagues are looking at me like I'm crazy.
Sounds like Director McGowan.
Yeah.
I might be able to help.
Can Madam Mayor, I'll also jump in and City Manager's office can jump in as well on this. So one of the reasons why we want to have the work session to talk a little bit about moving forward is we will need to put together a resolution that lists the funded projects. And I think for the work session on April 9th, you could start as a starting point with is this the correct amount of funding, this $425,000? Or you can look through the projects and say, this is the projects that I think are worth funding, and these are the projects that I don't support, and kind of work through each of these projects on a yes or no to get to a number. And if that number is less than 425, request staff make the necessary adjustments to the specific funds as part of the budget reconciliation process.
I mean, I hear what everyone's saying. I'm just saying I've lived through the budget reconciliation a lot. And I am telling you now, what people will want to do is do a lot of horse trading to get to the point where they're at a tax rate that they feel comfortable with. And so it's very difficult to pre-commit to a dollar amount when you haven't seen the full list of reconciliation items and you haven't had an ability to ultimately determine where you want to be in terms of a tax rate. So sidewalks are always the line item that will get the brunt of trying to find money. It happens all the time. So if I just want people to understand that, you know, when we are in the process of reconciliation, it is going to be difficult for folks to immediately say, I want all of these sidewalk projects before they've had a chance to go through the full list of the possible items for the reconciliation and ultimately see where they want to be in terms of a tax rate. So I'm just putting that little cautionary tale out there, because that is where we always end up. And so, and usually the sidewalks and the traffic calming is where people like to pull, hey, I need to find another $70,000. Let's pull it from sidewalks. Yep.
So just
Councilmember Dwell.
There were also other sidewalk categories. So this is the new sidewalk
Mhm.
and traffic calming. There's also the repairs for city sidewalks and the ADA sidewalks along, I don't know if you call that repair or updating. So there's more that I found it confusing the first couple of years. There's more than one sidewalk pot, just to make it more fun.
And those can be found in the CIP if
And-
anybody's
Thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Hozek.
Yeah, I just wonder if this would help my colleague, Councilmember Landman. So it's not just with sidewalks that we don't have that level of micro control over, because there's a whole order to this. We'll have to vote one item at a time, and you won't know where you're going to end up. So you sort of have to rely on the process and hope that you're going to get. Like, I was really focused on getting to a particular tax rate, but I couldn't know when we were at the second vote whether I was going to get there or not. You know, it just really depended, one vote at a, one item at a time. So it does get kind of frustrating, but there's not really any other great way to do it because it's a pretty complex science. Yeah.
Councilmember Schlegel.
So in the event, I'm just worrying about April 16th or the early hours of April 17th.
Mhm. Yeah.
In the event that we knew, we got down to it and we said, okay, we know we want to add or subtract from the new sidewalk traffic calming studies areas, but we can decide that next week. Is that conceivable if we knew we had landed at what our tax rate was going to be and what those budget areas were going to be? Would we be able to just, if we were exhausted, not to rush it, would we be able to say, let's come back next week and we'll work through this specific spreadsheet?
The tax rate is what we have to
The
give.
tax rate is what we have to turn in.
So if we knew what
Director
the
Chung,
tax
if you
rate
wanna
was going to
correct me.
lock in as.
But the tax rate is what we need to
Yeah.
provide to the state.
Yeah.
The budget resolution is something that is an internal policy, and we have some flexibility. So if you've determined what the total value is, and we have that identified in the reconciliation, then the details we could work out later.
So,
No, we didn't get it done.
usually, the final reconciliation after the voting by the council, we have a complete reconciliation, and at that point, we will have the total reserve amount as well as what the tax rate would be. Okay, if we reduce the expenditure low enough, we could technically be changing some of the tax rate. But at the end, we will still need to have the final voting done by April 16th. Because after the final voting done on the 16th, we still have to have two readings in order to finalize our adopted budget. And that two reading is going to be in May one on May 6, maybe May 7 or May, let me see the date. So our tax rate would need to be submitted to the state and to the county after the second reading of our budget adopted. Okay, so we have a specific date that the county said you need to submit your tax rate, and that's usually on May 15. We cannot submit later than May 15. Okay.
Correct. That is why I thank you very much, Director Chung, because there are people already asking for delays. No, we have 3 budget reconciliation sessions. And we have 3 work sessions for tonight. So I want to move us on. But the long story short, I understand that staff may want us to be in a place where we can finalize this list of projects and have that total allocation ready to go. But what I am saying is that as we are going through the budget reconciliation process, council can at any point in time say, hey, I want to reduce the overall budget or add to the overall budget for these items, these new sidewalk projects, and add it to the reconciliation list. And so the big thing for all of us is to make sure that when we're coming in to have these conversations about reconciliation, that we come prepared with our items so that we can discuss them, and so that we can find ourselves in a place where for those items we need to vote on, do hand votes early, we can go ahead and do that so that we can make decisions around the specific sidewalk projects that are going to be funded. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. It is 11:07 and we have 3 sessions. Thank you, Debbie. We're going to go ahead and move on to the budget work session for recreation. Just so that we're not here, we'll likely be here till tomorrow, but just so that we're not here all night, I'm going to ask for everyone again to keep yourselves to 1 question. And I'm going to try to make sure that, all. Just so that we can try to get through the rest of tonight's agenda. So with that, I'll turn things over to our recreation staff.
Thanks. Okay, good evening. Is it still evening? Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Debbie Huffman. I am the Deputy Director for the Recreation Department, and I will be presenting our FY26 budget proposal in the absence of Gregory Clark, who I think is joining us remotely. So, our mission, as stated here in front of you, is to enhance the quality of life in Tacoma Park by developing and providing creative, diversified, and safe programs and services that attract participants of all ages while delivering those services and programs in an effective and efficient manner. So we have 8 separate divisions within recreation: administration, youth outreach, the recreation center, community programs, athletic fields and facilities, camps, before and after school programs, and the community center. Here's a snapshot of our organizational chart. There are 19.33 FTEs proposed for FY26, and we'll dig into that a little deeper in a few slides. Major programs and services. Here's a list of the department's major programs and services. An important note, does not cover all the opportunities that we provide. A few of what I'd like to highlight include our licensed summer camps, which during 8 to 9 weeks of summer, we supervise over 100 youth weekly from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a huge task for staff, but we love it. We also have childcare programs that take place at both the community center and rec center, offering before care and after care during the school year. With the 2 locations, there can be approximately 80 kids that staff provide aftercare activities for, including homework assistance, contracted performers, arts and crafts, and even swimming. Lastly, I'd like to highlight a few of our most popular classes that include many of our 55 plus classes, the Zumba Gold, line dance, rhythmic drumming, and many others, all normally filling the first few days, if not the first day of registration. All right, to-date successes. The department continues to increase participation post-COVID. We successfully implemented a Saturday taught class at the rec center, hosted a doubles pickleball tournament with our second place participant in the audience, implemented a drop-in pickleball program at the rec center for both adults and 55 plus. We launched a craft art class and a fashion design class for city teens. As we eagerly await to move back into this space here once the library and community center renovation is complete, we continue to maintain high-quality art programs and facility rentals here. Expenditure highlights. Not much change to announce for the rec department expenditures from 25 to 26. For FY26, department expenditures increased by $100,000, which is 5% over this year, and department FTEs increased by 0.43, which includes the conversion of the rec specialist in the youth outreach division to full-time. The FTE also brings staffing levels back close to FY24 levels as construction will be complete. Department operating expenses decreased by 0.07. It's $400 compared to this fiscal year. This chart shows the actual expenditure totals for recreation for FY24, compares this year's projected to FY26 proposed. As I mentioned earlier, department FTEs are 19.33 and include the conversion of the rec specialist. Total FTEs in the youth outreach division increased by 0.13 compared to this year. Looking at that division, FTEs for part-time staff also were reduced by 0.37. Gaining a youth specialist in this division is critical for the development of the city's teens and preteen program. The department has experienced an increase in teen participation, but unable to keep up with the numbers of new kids due to not being able to find and keep good staff due to the limited amount of daily hours and the pay rate. I'd like to point out that our staff for our teen program are unique as we require them to be over 21 and have some sort of experience working with teens or young adults. We believe that adding the youth specialist position puts the city in a great position to develop and mentor our young people. With the reduction in part-time staff and the addition of the youth specialist, the overall department increase from 25 to 26 is mainly due to the completion of construction and the department's fully staffing the community center and camps once again. Greg mentioned during last year's budget presentation that FTEs were decreasing this fiscal year compared to 24 because of the temporary reduced services. Department FTEs in 24 were 20.31 and were reduced to 18.9 this year. The 0.43 increase for 26 is bringing up staffing levels at the community center for the new Media Lab, Mac Lab, and camp and customer service. Revenue highlights. The department revenue has continued to increase post-COVID, but took a dip during construction due to a reduction of programs or a reduction in the maximum capacity for some of the programs, i.e. camp or aftercare. The department is anticipating approximately $586,000 in revenue for this fiscal year, which is lower than last year. FY26 revenue numbers are expected to increase as we gain programming space back from construction. We anticipate an increase in childcare and summer camp revenue. I'd also like to note that the city receives a little over $85,000 from Montgomery County Recreation for services the city provides at the rec center on New Hampshire Avenue. This agreement has been in place since the city started providing services at that facility quite some time ago. This chart highlights the rec department's overall revenue to include the agreement with Montgomery County and funds that we receive from programs, classes, and facility rentals. Emerging challenges and opportunities. As part of the FY26 budget, the department is proposing roughly a 10% fee increase for most programs and services. In some classes, there are specific dollar increases instead of a percentage increase. For example, childcare, sports leagues, and senior classes. Overall, the increases before you would add approximately $87,000 to the general fund, depending on registration. There were questions at one point regarding adjusting the fees for non-resident participants. The department researched what other jurisdictions were charging for non-resident fees, and the city fell in the middle of those departments we spoke to: Rockville, Gaithersburg, Montgomery County, and Laurel. In our opinion, raising the non-resident rate would not net the city a significant amount of revenue, as we do not have many non-resident participants enrolled in our larger programs. For example, I mentioned having over 100 kids a week during camp. Well, 10% of those registrants are non-residents. And in our aftercare programs currently, we only have one participant that is a non-resident. I'd like to note that Recreation last raised fees in the fall of 2022. If council agrees and approves the fee increase, most of the revenue would not be realized until FY27, as camp and childcare fees for FY26 are already established and registration has already begun, and those are our two largest revenue producing programs. Rec department scholarships is another factor that affects revenue totals. The department follows HUD guidelines for Montgomery County to qualify recipients. During COVID, previous city administration, along with approval from council, implemented a 100% scholarship for residents to participate in recreation programs and services. The city was able to recoup 100% of that loss of revenue from scholarships through the ARPA program, which ended this past fiscal year. The chart before you indicates the number of scholarships the department provides residents in calendar years 23 and 24. As you can see, the majority of the department scholarships were 100%, and the numbers are declining. The department would like to know if council would like to return to the original scholarship program of 20, 50, and 70% discounts, since the city no longer receives ARPA dollars, or if there's still support to continue offering the 100% scholarships. Noting that scholarships for city residents is just a loss of revenue for the city. The city does not have a pot of money set aside to replenish the scholarship revenue. Because of this, there is not a limit on the number of scholarship recipients that we accept. Emerging challenges and opportunities. There are several areas the department has identified as emerging opportunities and challenges. Opportunities include offering quarterly outreach events, rotating around to reach all parts of the city, potentially partnering with the library. Jessica and I were discussing this today because she had that same idea last week in her presentation. And we will have an additional multi-purpose room once construction is completed here. And we hope to have an opportunity to increase our partnership and outreach with schools in the city. There are a few areas that need attention, to include the recreation scholarships. And a good challenge to have is how to maximize the space at the rec center, because there's been an increase in program participation in that facility. So with that, we will take your questions.
Great. Thank you so much for this great presentation. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. You mentioned the low wages paid for the part-time employees.
Mm-hmm.
And what are those average wages? And do you feel that there's a need for a meaningful increase?
So we have a scale. It is following the Montgomery County hourly wage, and it is a step higher than an introductory wage because they have to be 21 with some experience. The issue is the timing. Our teen lounge is open right after school, so we have to really find that perfect match of someone who is available at from 3 to 6 every day during the week. That's all that they can take, right? So they don't have a full-time job. They aren't in classes at that time. They aren't at another job, whatever the case. They don't have a family to go home to themselves. So it's a tough area to find a perfect staff person. And I just want to make sure that Greg might be joining us. Ian?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to step. Go ahead, Greg.
In addition to what Debbie said, the hours, staff only get to work maybe 3 hours per day. And it's tough to find someone to work those hours as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak?
Just one quick question. I always ask this.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about the partnerships with schools? The reason I'm always interested in this in particular is those schools that aren't within walking distance of your community center and your rec center. And just as for example, I've noticed kids in my part of the city can't participate in the after school programming at the center because they start at 4 and they end at 5, and the kids can't get over there usually till like 4:30 if they come on the bus.
I don't want to step in for Greg.
Yeah, our partnerships for pre-COVID, we had partnerships with the middle school and the elementary school where our outreach staff went over and offered programs at the school. There was a mentoring program that was extremely popular at the middle school, and we want to bring things like that back and give the kids, the teachers, the school, as well as the young people an opportunity to participate in additional opportunities, recreational opportunities. They're at the school. There's a lot of kids that don't go to aftercare, and they need services too. So we want to partner with schools to try to find out the need and then take services to the schools.
That didn't quite answer my question. And what about the schools that are not within walking distance, Greg? I'll just name them. East Silver Spring, Rolling Terrace, Silver Spring International Middle. Not in our city, but a bunch of our kids rely on those schools for to get their aftercare.
Correct. Most of our services have, and what we budgeted for is the schools that are right here within the city. We haven't had the only program that we actually have that goes to those schools is we use some of the gyms during the week for some of our sporting activities and practices and things of that nature. But most of our activities have been centered around kids that or schools that are right here within the city. Even with our teen program, we have a relationship with with the principal at Blair, but we concentrate on the kids that live within the city of Tacoma Park. But and it's tough to actually get to just those kids without providing some of those opportunities for kids outside of the city as well. So staffing resources would be another one. That would sort of be in addition to what we would need in order to make something like that happen and to start providing services to those schools as well.
I just want to make a plug though, because you mentioned Blair. So if you're doing Blair, I'd really like us to think about the fact that 1/6 of our city is served by Rolling Terrace and Sims. So our tax dollars are going to the city, and those kids aren't always getting the aftercare they need through the city. So if there's any creative ways we could think about just making a bridge without adding a lot of extra cost. even if it's one public bus coming from those schools after school to our services, that would be terrific. Thanks. Sorry to press on that.
So I do have one question. The recreation scholarships, which has been something that I am just so adamant about making sure that we're able to keep, in large part because even, yes, this was something that was funded through ARPA, but it was also something that was recommended by our public safety task force and the like. And I just want to make sure that I understand, because it's been a while, what our pre-COVID approach. So basically pre-COVID, we did not have the 100% platinum tier.
True statement.
Okay. And so is the idea that those individuals or those families that are at that 100% platinum tier would definitely qualify for the 70% goal?
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. Councilmember DeBella.
Along those lines, maybe you said this, what's the eligibility for 100%?
So it really just kind of came organically when COVID happened, because Susie was here at the time and she, under you guys' direction, we didn't want to put up any barriers because it was at the height of COVID in the beginning and no one was doing anything and no one could go outside of their house and socialize and everybody was depressed and, all of that. So, under your direction, we took away all those limitations because people needed to relieve their stress. So that is what the 100% does. We follow the Montgomery County HUD guidelines for the 20, 30, 20, 50, and 70%.
Yeah. If I can add, for the 100%, families just needed to be in need or show a need, and just say that they needed, because that, of course, like as Debbie said, that was a time where folks were losing their jobs and had no income and things of that nature. I think council wanted to make sure that parents and kids still had opportunities to get out and participate in programs and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I have a question about the increased fees. So it sounds like it's roughly in the 10% kind of range, which
correct
feels kind of like a big jump. So I'm just wondering how you all landed on that, and I guess how these costs compare to other comparable programs. Any insight on that?
Sure. I hate that. I don't want to speak over him. Okay, I'll go. So we originally considered what other departments were doing. So we don't want to compare ourselves to a private entity. So we are looking to see that we are trying to stay under our other municipal or county government departments. So we are still the best bang for your buck in comparison to those others that we looked at, the other cities that we named, similar to the ones that we looked at for scholarship opportunities, the Rockville, the Montgomery County, the Gaithersburg, and Laurel. So we originally were thinking either 10% or 15. And so we just were like, we can't even fathom that, we need to start smaller. So we would obviously take your direction and would go forth with whatever the council recommends, just trying to help where it is noted that we need to help offset the tax rate and balance our budget.
Ms. Huffman, do you know offhand the last time that you reviewed the your fee structure?
Yeah, I had mentioned we raised them in the fall of 2022. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to add too that our highest the costing program is our aftercare. It's about $2,500, and that's roughly $250 a month for 5 days a week. The amount from 3 p.m. to roughly 6:30 p.m. And anyone that pays for general child care after school care knows that fee is extremely low. In addition, that was anyone that applies for a scholarship, and that was the purpose of the 100% scholarship. If you needed the assistance, we didn't want to, deny you the assistance. So that is the purpose for the scholarship program, period, to help those that actually need assistance in making sure that their child can participate, especially in aftercare and in camps. That's when we take care of the most kids, and that's when parents need childcare the most. So there are provisions for those that cannot pay to make sure that they're able to participate.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Well, thank you very much for sticking it out.
Yeah.
We really appreciate this presentation. We're going to move on now to the police department presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, and I think it's still evening. Person close. So.
It's almost morning.
All right, let me get into it. So, first of all, the department summary. Tacoma Park Police Department enhances the quality of life in Tacoma Park by protecting our residents, businesses, visitors, and property. The department works to promote community building and safety through community engagement and partnerships. It also ensures the safe and orderly movement of traffic. The mission of the police department. The police department is committed to working in partnership with the community and each other to resolve issues and problems which impact public safety and the quality of life within our neighborhoods. We further committed to nurturing the public trust by holding ourselves accountable to the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and integrity. The vision of the police department is committed to community building through individual officer knowledge of constituents, residents, an understanding of the needs of the neighborhood level, achievement of superior quality of community life through problem solving with residents, and an intolerance of criminal activity. Responsiveness to the changing community needs through planning, education, and technology is also important. Excellence in service marked with integrity, respect, innovation, and professionalism. This is our organizational chart. As you can see, I'm going to go through these in detail, but essentially it's we have two divisions, our operations division and our support division. We also have the Office of the Chief, which consists of myself, my executive assistant, Kathy Pleving, our emergency preparedness manager, and our deputy chief. And I'm going to go into detail regarding the divisions as we move forward in the presentation. First division is the Office of the Chief. As I said earlier, that is myself, the deputy chief, the public information officer / executive assistant, and our emergency preparedness manager. And the division's purpose is to oversee and direct all activities of the police department to ensure effective management of all levels of police services provided to the community. We develop plans for emergencies, direct the department's public information functions to provide proactive information about public safety. Some of the management objectives for the Office of the Chief are to continue to collaborate with county and other municipalities in emergency preparedness planning, drills, training, and grant applications. We'll be holding a joint public safety forum here with all of our partners in the region in April 17th. So that's one of the initiatives that we are pursuing. We want to reduce crime and the perception of crime through community outreach and education to residents regarding the steps that they can take to protect themselves and their property. We also develop programs that improve trust and cooperation with young people through community outreach. That's really important. One of the things we really strive to do when I first got here was make that connection with our youth. So that's the cornerstone of what we want to do. We also want to maintain staffing levels with early hires to anticipate vacancies. We've been very, very fortunate with our hiring. We have been successful in hiring diverse candidates that are very qualified. I've said this multiple times when I speak to council, it's quality, not quantity. We're going to get people in here that want to be here for the right reasons, but they're quality people. Staffing of the Office of the Chief, I mentioned earlier, so I won't get into that. Communications section is our staff that provide 911 calls. They take incoming calls from the public, and they also put calls out to our officers. They provide continuous police communication and dispatch duties by answering telephones, sending police officers to calls for service, assisting with walk-in customers, and accessing national, state, and local databases. The management objectives for this particular section is to renovate the dispatch office space and improve customer service skills through regular training. Staffing of the communication center consists of 7 FTEs, one supervisor, and who also is the terminal agency, the supervisor of the terminal agency coordinator, and 6 communication technicians. Our largest division is our operations division. That is our patrol division. That is the officers you will see in uniform responding to calls for service. The division's purpose is to provide 24-hour uniform patrol services, respond to calls for service, conduct preliminary investigation, arrest offenders, and handle motor vehicle investigations in general traffic enforcement. The objective of this particular division is to provide a visible presence in all areas of the city through vehicle, foot, bike patrol, and improve patrol service by using directed patrols based on crime analysis, which is very important. We don't just randomly patrol areas, we go to areas where we're having problems. And we work with community groups and residents on crime prevention methods. There are 29 FTEs within the patrol section, 1 captain who is the commander of the section, 1 lieutenant, 4 sergeants, and there are 23 officers within the operations division. Our criminal investigation division, and the division investigates all crimes within the city. They also have our special assignment team, which is our plainclothes team. The division's purpose is to conduct investigations regarding serious crimes such as homicide, rape, robbery, burglary, aggravated assault, theft, auto theft, and narcotics violations. Utilizing the services of a civilian employee, we provide support and assistance to victims and witnesses of crimes. We analyze in real time through our crime analysts, crime activity within the city, and we also process property and evidence. Many of you know we are a full service agency, so we handle everything within the city. So if a crime is committed here, whether or not it's a theft or a homicide, our detectives handle it. A lot of smaller agencies don't have the technology, don't have the expertise to do that. We have superior staff within our criminal investigations division. And we've solved several high profile crimes. We've also dealt with several very, very national high profile crimes. The management objective is to increase arrest in the criminal investigations unit through collaborative effort of all of the members of the unit, including the crime analyst, the special assignment team, drug and general investigations through the use of crime analysis and closed cases using GPS and cell phone data. There are 12 FTEs within the criminal investigations section. That's 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 5 detectives, and 3 civilian employees. Our administrative service division is most of our civilian employees. It's the front facing, they provide services. They're responsible for our meters and NCIC access control, NCIC records validations, warrant control, records management, parking enforcement management, payroll processing, and management of supplies. And the management objectives are to manage record keeping, assignment of court dates, collection and disposition of and accountability for parking enforcement programs to improve collection rate, to improve the management of parking permits with the use of online software, and to process payroll for police department employees, process requisitions and invoices for payment. There are 7.68 FTEs, which is in the administrative section. It's 1 lieutenant, sworn component. There are 3 civilian employees and 8 crossing guards. Take that back. 9 crossing guards. 1 is part-time. 8 are full-time. Our parking enforcement division, many of you know, a couple years ago, the entire neighborhood services division fell within the police department. A couple years ago, we moved the code enforcement component of that up to the housing and community development section. The parking enforcement section stayed with us. So it consists of 2 FTEs within that section, and they provide education and enforcement on city code, especially parking laws. And the management objective is to provide effective enforcement and management of city parking resources. We have one division that does not fall under the general fund expenditures, and that's our traffic and safe speed division. The purpose of the division is to provide education on and enforcement on traffic laws throughout the city, oversee the speed camera and red light camera programs, address traffic and parking problems and complaints in the city through enforcement and education, conduct traffic planning and direction at large events in the city, and the management objectives are provide effective enforcement and education and management of the city's safe speed programs, the red light program, and the speed camera program. It should be noted, and I'll get into this later on in the presentation, we are going to be eliminating our speed camera program, and I'll get into the details of that later on. The staffing of this section is 3 FTEs that fall within the police department, and I only mentioned the police department FTEs, and that is the civilian who oversees the program. That's 1 sergeant who supervises the program, and we'd have another officer within that program. Also subsidized through this program is our city traffic planner, who is also paid through the red light camera program. That's not through the police department. That's why it's not listed on this particular presentation. Discussion about the budget expenditures. So the department budget expenditures increased by about 1.4 million or 15% compared to the projected expenditures for fiscal year 25. Personnel costs are about 93% of the department expenditures and increased about 16%. Department FTEs remain unchanged. The reason, and I'll get into this in a little more detail, that you're seeing the increase is a lot of the salaries within the police department were moved into ARPA over the last year of ARPA to make sure that we were able to allocate all those funds, and we'll go into kind of specific detail of why that percentage is a little bit higher. As I said, department FTEs remain unchanged. Supplies account for about 1% of the department's expenditures. They include items such as uniforms, body cameras, and so on and so forth. For the sake of time, I won't go too far into the details of this, and I'll kind of just jump over. If you want to look at the details of kind of some of our supplies, I'll allow you to do that. In sources of expenditures, as I said earlier, if you look at the individual sections of the police department, you will see a significant increase in the office of the chief, about 63%. This was because all of the salaries of the office of the chief this fiscal year were moved over to ARPA, and that's why you're seeing a significant increase. You will see that also in our parking enforcement section. All of the salaries within that section also were moved over to ARPA, so you'll see an 80 some odd % increase there. So if you're looking at the overall increase, it's pretty consistent amongst most of our divisions, other than those two divisions that were impacted of the movement of funds from ARPA. Like I say, we're same service budget. Outside of the ARPA funds the salaries being moved over to ARPA, salaries and benefits increases are the main increase in our budget. So if you look at the Office of the Chief, as I said earlier, division expenditures increased by about 445,000 or 63% compared to the projected expenditures for this fiscal year. As I said earlier, this was due to the expiring ARPA funds in fiscal year 25 to cover the salaries of 4 positions within the Office of the Chief. That's myself, the Deputy Chief, and the 2 other positions. Personnel costs are about 76% of the Office of the Chief. Communications division's expenditures are about 890,000, an increase of about 43,000 or 5% compared to the projected fiscal year 25 allotment. Personnel costs are about 95% of the division expenditures and increased by about $54,000 or 7% compared to the projected amount for fiscal year 25, due mainly to the increases of wages and fringe benefits. Operating expenditures for this division are about 43,000. It's a decrease of about 20% compared to the projected amount for fiscal year 25. This was due to, in fiscal year 25, the communications dispatch consoles were upgraded at a cost of about $14,000. And this led to the increase in expenditures this fiscal year, and that's why you're seeing the reduction. Getting into the operations division, division expenditures, this is like I say, the main section. It's about $5.3 million, and it's an increase of about $685,000 to 15% compared to the projected amount for fiscal year 25. This is mainly due to, again, to the increase of salaries and wages. We have collective bargaining agreements with Local 400. The vast majority of people, the vast majority of officers in this unit fall under Local 400, so we're obligated to those contracts. 97% of the division expenditures are related to personnel. Criminal investigation, the division expenditures a little bit over $2 million. It's an increase of about $90,000 or 5% compared to the projected amount for fiscal year 25. Duly main, again, theme, increase in wages and fringe benefits, and 96% of the division's expenditures are personnel costs. Administrative services, the division expenditures, about $973,000, an increase of about $20,000 or 2%. And once again, the increase was due to wages and fringe benefits. Parking enforcement, this is where you saw another significant change. Division expenditures are about $215,000, an increase of 80% compared to the projected amount for fiscal year 25. The increase was due to the expiring ARPA funds being used to offset salaries. There was also an increase in wages and fringe benefits for the two employees. That was minimal compared to the offset of salary switch over to ARPA. And 95% of division expenditures are personnel costs. And this just gets into our sources of revenue, and I think this is really important. Over 50% of our revenue does not come from general revenue funds. It comes from other locations. So, for example, our state police protection grant that we get from the state is approximately $590,000 is what we get from the state. Our in lieu of policing that we get from the county, what it would cost the county to police Tacoma Park is a set amount, and it's a little bit over $4 million. We did a comprehensive review with the county a couple years ago, actually 3 or 4 years ago now, and we locked in that amount. We felt that was an amount that we were comfortable with, and there's a formula that we can explain to you as to why we did that and what would exceed that. We also get a payment in lieu for crossing guards, and that's normally around $255,000. You'll see an increase because last year the county incorrectly counted the number of crossing guards we had. So fortunately, we're able to get back that money. So they're giving it to us this year, and we're also going to get it back for the prior fiscal year. And that's why you see that increase there of about 28%. But like I say, I just want to make it clear that for a lot of people that don't understand where these sources of funding comes from, a lot of them come from outside sources outside the general fund. General fund expenditures are about, this year are about $5.9 billion. So I think I just went through this, but I'll go through it quickly. Police protection through the state is $590,000. In lieu of policing is a little bit over $4 million. In lieu of crossing guards is about $255,000. Summons and fines is about $173,000. Parking facilities are $87,000. Parking permits is about $10,500. And municipal infractions are about $5,000 for a total of about $5,141 and some change. Other sources of revenue are the department's Safe Speed, the red light and Safe Speed program, and that's we're estimating about $2.6 million of revenue. That does not take into account, as I explained earlier, the possibility of bringing New Hampshire and University on board. None of these numbers are calculated in this particular calculations. I think I explained to the prior council, I'll explain to you, there's a difference between revenue that is generated by speed cameras. Revenue that was generated by speed cameras can only be used for public safety purposes. Revenue that is generated by red light cameras can be used for any general fund expenditures. And as you get into the nuts and bolts of the budget this year, you will find several general fund expenditures that are put into the red light camera program. As I mentioned earlier, speed cameras are going to be completely phased out at the beginning of fiscal year 26 due to the drastic reduction in the number of violations and the cost to keep up the cameras. So we have to pay a monthly fee to have these cameras. Through some structural changes that we made, some added stop signs at Carroll and Lincoln and some other ones, drastically reduced the number of violations with those cameras. We took them offline a couple of years ago. We have found that the program worked. As the city manager said earlier, any automated enforcement, the purpose is to correct behavior, and we found that is occurring. Now, the one thing that we are looking at doing is there's a possibility that our red light cameras can be dual purpose red light and speed cameras. So we're looking into that possibility. We also are going to continue to survey the areas that we're taking the cameras away from to ensure that violations do not increase as a result of us removing the cameras. So that's something we're going to factor in as well. I'll quickly go through some of the successes. Obviously, several events that many of you attended. The holiday event at Chuck E. Cheese, National Night Out, Coffee with a Cup, Coffee with a Cop, the Talmate giveaway. And one that I really was a new one for us, and that was the youth engagement at Tacoma Park Schools during Black History Month. We have several of our employees that grew up here. Sergeant Attikill grew up here in the city, and he was able to go back to the same schools that he went to, same as me. I went to every school in the city. I grew up here. So it's really important to go back and actually be able to talk to the kids and say, I sat exactly where you're sitting. Now, I can tell them when I was at Piney Branch, they didn't have windows because it was an experimental school. Kirk, you remember, we didn't have windows when we were there. So, but that was a really great outreach program. Several high-profile arrests, Lockney Avenue burglaries, commercial armed robberies, a string of them, multi-jurisdictional commercial burglaries. And you may have remembered there was a threat to Montgomery College. We were able to make an arrest for that and extradite the person who was out of the country. All right, and several other successes, Community Academy. I won't get into those because everyone knows what they are. I just do want to touch on one, and that is our LGBTQI plus liaison officer. I think that's really important, especially now. And we're very proud of Officer Torres. She's doing a phenomenal job. We also had our ward public safety meetings, which everyone knows about. I won't get into those. Some of the emerging challenges, again, we saw an increase of crime in Tacoma Park. Normally, you would have already received my annual report and you would have had that information. I will be presenting the annual report to you next month. So obviously, we're taking actions to address some of those things. One of the things, I won't get into all the bullet points, but one of the things that was really important for us was working with Walgreens on University Boulevard. We were responding to 5, 6, 7, 8 calls for service there a day. So working with the mayor, working with the city manager and former council member Small, we were able to get Walgreens to allocate 24/7 security. Since we've had them, I think we maybe have had a handful of calls for service there. Oh, really? A handful of calls for service there. That one facility accounted for a huge percentage of the crime in Ward 6. So that is a perfect example of a partnership between elected officials, the police department, and a public entity to make sure. And it wasn't easy. I won't get into the details. The mayor and the city manager can attest to that. So that's just one thing I wanted to touch on. Vehicles, many of you know our challenge with the vehicles. We had to, for one vehicle purchase, transition to gas instead of the hybrids. I'm very happy to tell you that we expect the 5 hybrids that were back ordered to be in this week. We also received 3 of the other hybrids a couple weeks ago. We're looking forward to getting the 12 remaining vehicles, hopefully next month. The one thing that we've changed is our cars are now white. We transitioned away. Our color was not available, so it was easier. White is white, so that was just easier to transition to those cars. Hiring challenges. We've hired 4 cadets that are in the academy. 2 just graduated. We have 5 vacant police officer positions. We also have 2 anticipated command staff retirements. One person who is in this room, Captain Holmes, who after 37 years of service and over 20 some odd years with us is retiring in June. So congratulations to her. And we also have Lieutenant Butler, who is in our deferred retirement program, who's going to retire October this year. So we're going to be backfilling for those positions. Many of you know we're a very young department. 80% of our department was hired in the last 6 years. So it's an opportunity to promote from within. So we're looking forward to doing that. We're hoping to have a little overlap between Captain Holmes before she retires. So that's a good thing for the department. We currently have a hiring bonus for lateral police officers that you're aware of. We've had a challenge in getting laterals because some of our allied agencies are offering 60,000, 40,000. I mean, it is really hard. So we've been very, very successful in hiring new hires. Those are the people that don't have police experience that come in, they have to go to a police academy, as opposed to lateral officers. So we're still working on that. And One of the important things, the next thing that, of emerging challenges, and you heard a lot about it from members of the public today, was station improvements and completing the dispatch atrium project. There have not been significant facility improvements to the police department in 20 years, over 20 years, since the community center was redone many years ago. This police dispatch / atrium project was designed only to meet the department's basic needs. It was originally initiated in 2014 and has experienced significant delays. The thought process in 2014 was to do improvements to the entire police department. This is a scaled back version of the program. The dispatch staff currently work in a space that is essentially an oversized closet. It's a serious equity issue, as the majority of communication staff are people of color. The police department operates in the basement of the community center with limited office space, no windows in most offices. Storage space is severely inadequate. Equipment is stored in stairwells and hallways. Crime victims lack a private interview space, forcing interviews sometimes to take place in a public lobby. Poor soundproofing. You can hear the sound when you're interviewing somebody from the 3rd floor. So if you have somebody that has a sensitive issue and they're coming in a police station, sometimes there's not areas that we can actually have conversations with them. There's also been ongoing air quality concerns within the police department. This project would improve the air circulation and overall work conditions for staff and the public as well. The project is not an expansion, but a long overdue essential upgrade to provide facilities that are adequate, a workspace for officers and staff. The improvements will directly impact efficiency, equity, security, and working conditions. It should be noted that a $200,000 legislative bond initiative grant was awarded to the city by our District 20 legislative delegation to help defray the cost of the project. Also, $1 million in ARPA funds have been earmarked by previous city councils in recent years, and this project is a component of the current fiscal year budget. And I just want to touch on quickly fiscal year 26 council priority items: engaged, responsive-oriented, service-oriented government, and there's things that we've done to accomplish that initiative, and also the environmental sustainable community. And that's, for the sake of time, I won't go into detail about those. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very robust. Just want to remind my colleagues that we do have another presentation. Councilmember Westland.
Thank you. I just would like some clarification. The 2.6 million for the red light camera, that does include or does not include New Hampshire and University?
That does not. That is strictly for the cameras that we currently have. That does not.
So, okay.
There's the potential.
Great.
There's the potential, as I said earlier. If you look at the number of citations or number of violations that occur at those two cameras, it equaled cumulatively all of the violations at every other camera on New Hampshire Avenue and the ones at Piney Branch and East West. There are that many violations. So if you're looking at the numbers, there's potential to double the numbers, but the 2.6 million does not include that particular intersection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Slagle.
Hi, great presentation, thank you. I just not noticed this before on page 15, the slide 15, that I was just wondering why that one division, operations 2300, is going to see an increase of 15%, mainly due to wages and fringe benefits. It seems like it'd be more in the range of 5 to 7, but what's the difference?
There's also associated overtime costs. This is the main division for overtime. If you notice, there was some adjustments made to overtime in previous budget amendments. During budget cut initiatives last year, we had to cut certain areas. One of them was overtime. So part of this is also wages associated with overtime related to this particular division.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, seeing Councilmember DeBall.
I didn't realize we were so close to the end.
We were so close.
How, if you could briefly How's morale?
You know, that's always a hard thing. You know, I realize we always could be doing more. I can tell you, getting vehicles is going to be huge. Not having vehicles, because our officers, Officer Strogan is sitting there. He sits in his patrol car for 12 hours a day. That's his office. So him not having a vehicle that's you know, in good condition, getting a new vehicle is going to go a long way, I think. But there are other things. You know, we've been talking about this atrium project for well before I got here. And as I said, we're the only department within the city that has not had any upgrades to our facilities. Many of you have been in our facilities. You've seen our facilities. We're in a basement. We desperately need that space, not just for our dispatchers who are working in conditions that are deplorable, but also for our other staff. So I think that morale is always fluid, and I don't want to speak for officers. I think it's better than it has been, but I can't imagine having to go back to them now, staff, and say the Atrium project was cut or this was cut. That's going to be devastating to morale. My concern is keeping people here. We're getting people in the door, and we've made some improvements to our step system for as far as pay and so on and so forth. There's still some things that we can do, but if we don't have quality facilities and quality equipment, we're not going to keep people here, period.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any additional questions. Thank you so much, Chief, for sticking it out.
Looks like it.
I'm not going to keep us here. I'm only going to say I might write you a couple of questions, if I may, about things that,
I thought
if that's
everybody
all right.
was gonna do that.
Yeah.
Please send questions.
Please send. Yeah, thank you very much.
View, the collective view. Thank you.
Yes. So I just want to stress this point as a reminder. Questions go to Deputy City Manager Eubanks, and are shared also with other members of council. Okay. Thank you very much. Last item, general government, City Manager's Office, Information Technology, Human Resources, ARPA, Finance, City Clerk, Communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And there are the correct 5 departments that we'll cover. I'll try and do this as kind of a lightning round. And happy to take questions separately and directed to Deputy City Manager Eubanks. Wow. Mission. City Manager's Office. Provide oversight and executes daily operations of the city, as well as provide professional recommendations to the City Council and administrative leadership of the city. Finance Department assists all departments of the city in meeting their service objectives by allocating and tracking the organization's financial resources, processing financial transactions and payroll, and providing information and analyses as a basis of decision making. Information Systems, IT, assists all departments of the city also in meeting their service objectives by implementing, maintaining, and leading the city's technological initiatives and systems. Human Resources Department also assists all departments of the city in meeting their service objectives by managing a wide range of human capital management functions such as compensation and benefits, employee and labor relations, legal compliance, recruitment and retention, risk management, and training. And last but not least, Communications, City TV. They provide dedicated open government, community engagement, and enhanced community awareness through a diverse and innovative range of multimedia platforms and other engagement tools. And this is the organization chart with which I believe you're fairly familiar. Okay, this one I can already update. We are not looking to have any change in FTEs. Per my announcement to council and staff earlier today, with the appointment of Ryan Kelly to the permanent communications director position. I announced also that I do not intend to now or next year, fiscal year 26, fill the position that he had been originally holding before he became the acting director. And that position was the communications specialist. We're going to redistribute. We've been working to design a redistribution of responsibilities amongst other staff within that department. So it will be a net change of 0. The passport specialist position transferred from recreation to the city manager's office in the current fiscal year. City council is not included in the general government FTE count. With, again, this also is an edit, no FTE increase in communications. The website administrator position was hired in FY25, the current year, with ARPA funds. So this wasn't so much adding a position as it was indicating a different source of funding for FY26. But this is going to be offset by the vacancy in the same department that I do not intend to fill. FY25 to date successes. Successfully, general government departments have successfully obligated all of the city's original $17.5 million in ARPA balance. There was a successful city election, onboarded 4 new council members, improvement in annual budget process, community and staff engagement, transferred to a preferred vendor, and advanced the Human Resources Information System, HRIS, with, at this point, a projected go-live timeframe of May of this year. We're working it. We also, Wearable Communications Department launched the new city website. We're advancing the compensation and classification study, which was previously allocated by the mayor and council in the current fiscal year. That project is underway with a contracted consultant. Likewise, we've been working to advance the performance measurement program, another program that the mayor and council desired and included in the current FY25 budget, and that is also underway. We developed a staff immigration task force that was primarily to provide information and advise city employees on how to handle any potential situations that might come from recent developments with respect to immigration management at the federal level. But we've also been posting information on the city's website that we believe is helpful to the general public as well, and working with CASA towards training. And leadership transitions at this point. I can take communications director off the list happily. And so HR director remains. FY26 revenues. General government revenues include passport services and investment earnings. There was a slight increase in projected passport revenues. We're projecting in FY26. Projected investment earnings are projected to decrease by $100,000 from projected interest rates, as those have come down. Consistent with a multi-year trend, cable franchise fees and operating grant is projected to decrease next year by approximately $35,000, or about 9%. Expenditures, general government and communications. So legislative expenditures decreased due to election expenses not incurred during FY26. Human resource expenditures decreased due to implementation costs of HRIS and wage and reclassification projects in FY25. General management increase due to increase in contract services. Fleet management study, performance measurement implementation as proposed, and financial consultant as proposed. All of those three are proposals that we would like to have further discussion with the mayor and council as to your desire to pursue those next year. And communications increase due to addition of the basically the reassignment of funding from ARPA to general fund for the website administrator. Information technology, servers, infrastructure, $10,000. This is for upgrading hardware, increasing storage capacity, and improving redundancy within the city server network. Communications department, the auditorium cable equipment category is $165,000 from the cable grant fund. That would be for improvements of the audio-visual components in the auditorium and its connection to the control room, including cameras, lighting, audio, cabling, and other AV equipment such as monitors, controllers, and furniture. A number of these projects and purchases have been postponed a number of years due to the control room transfer that was part of the delayed library project. Expenditures, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. All proposed FY26 expenditures are for ARPA administrative salaries that support ongoing ARPA programs. A number of FY25 ARPA expenditures will likely be carried into FY26 during the first budget amendment in FY26 when final actual FY25 expenditures become known. These include multifamily and energy efficiency housing grants, $300,000, food and security grants, $195,000, quality of life grants, $70,000, small business grants, $110,000, HCD grant matches, $125,000, red light camera contract, $600,000, performance management consultant, $70,000, wage and reclassification consultant, $35,000, document management implementation, $60,000, and HRIS implementation, $100,000. Expenditures, former ARPA projects. When the city transferred expenditures from the general fund to ARPA in the FY25 second budget amendment, it created an intentional surplus of approximately $2.7 million within the FY25 general fund. Council then transferred approximately $2.55 million in projects that had been ARPA funded to the general fund. These transfers are now reflected in FY26. They are as presented here. In overall review, Tacoma Park ARPA spending plan and council decision history and timeline. Council's asked for some additional information with respect to how ARPA funds have been spent over time. March of 2021, American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law, and $360 billion in pandemic-related aid to state and local governments was created. July of 2022, the city received final installments, payments for a total award of $17.5 million. So, Mayor and Council decision number one. In FY22, Council budgeted $1.91 million to address revenue loss as a result of the pandemic. Council decision number two. In FY22, $2,605,600 in initial project funding was earmarked. And this included food security grants, rental assistance, and FTEs for ARPA administration. And Council decision number three was adoption of the FY23 through FY26 spending plan. This included 23 new programs and initiatives, and the balance of fund allocated at this time. All funds are allocated. Decision number 4, FY24 budget, $1.28 million in reallocated spending. That went to city grant matches and support for general fund CIP projects. Council decision number 5, FY25 budget, $3.6 million in total spending. That included phasing out ARPA reliance of $625,000 that had been there, bridging ARPA programs with general funds. That's approximately 30 total program and CIP uses, and reallocation of approximately $1 million between programs. Council decision number 6 was the FY25 budget amendment number 1, and that resulted in $5.8 million in FY24 ARPA funds transferred CIP spending from FY24 to FY25, and this included towards the construction of the library and also allocation to the police dispatch atrium project. And council decision number 7 in FY25 was budget amendment number 2, where $2.7 million in FY25 general fund expenditures were transferred to ARPA to meet Treasury obligation deadlines. In that case, December 31st of the last calendar year is where funds had to be committed, or we ran the risk of losing them, having them returned to the Treasury. Also, $2.55 million in former ARPA funded projects and programs were transferred to the general fund. And, happy to take a quick round of questions if you'd like, and just a reminder that you certainly can submit questions to David to give yourself some more time to look at that.
Great. Thank you so much. And it was really helpful to see the history of ARPA. I know we made a lot of decisions, but to see them all in chronological order was really helpful. Just want to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. It looks like some are packing up.
Oh, I had one.
Councilmember Slagle.
I'm sorry, everybody. On page, on slide 8, you mentioned the general management increase due to the 3 proposed contracts: fleet management, performance management, measurement, implementation, and financial consultant. And then you said, you'd be happy to discuss this. When will we discuss these proposals as a council with you, just in the upcoming days?
We can discuss them at your pleasure. What we're, just in a nutshell, the fleet management study came from some level of interest on the part of members of mayor and council, as well as within staff, to take a look at, to study where lease versus purchase options, whether that might be an avenue for potential future savings for the city. The next item, performance measurement implementation, that is to, that's the companion piece to the current FY25 project that council has funded and is underway, which is the design of the performance measurement program. But that did not include the implementation piece, and that's actually a second step. And it's natural for cities to spend 1 year working on putting the tool together and then working with getting some expert advice on true implementation of all of that. And that's also following some council review of the design, so that we're not implementing something that you either don't like or are not comfortable with. So it's sequential, but that is proposed for your consideration. And I would say that during reconciliation would be a good time to bring, you can ask questions in between, of course, but if you want to discuss that publicly, reconciliation, since those are cost items, you can certainly bring it up during that period of time. And finally, the financial consultant is a recommendation from staff that we take a more holistic look at our finances, and have more of a foundational study of it than just the revenue projections that we do every couple of years. And that is also in the interest of trying to find a better path forward and better financial footing for the organization.
Thanks.
All right. Councilmember DeBola.
Yeah, thank you. On page 10, a number of fiscal 25 ARPA expenses will likely be carried over. So this list, this is money that is not in the fiscal 26 budget now.
You mean the current FY25 budget or the proposed?
Well, that's my
or the
question.
proposed?
A number of these expenditures are likely to be carried over. So these are not items that are budgeted in the fiscal 26 budget now, or if they are, that's an additional amount of money.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna turn to Andrew
Am
here.
I-
I think
maybe I'm
that
not making sense
the
'cause it's
quick,
late.
I think the quick answer is that these are categorically in the current FY25 budget, but not all the expenditures will have been fully executed by the end of the current fiscal year.
Right, but in the fiscal 26 budget now, if I looked at small business grants, it would say something else.
Right. Yes,
This
correct.
is
These
fiscal
numbers are reflected
25
in the
money.
proposal.
Correct. This is fiscal 25 money.
Okay.
A number of like the grants that are listed there, they've all been awarded this year, but they're only going to be paid out over time as
Oh,
the
okay.
grantees achieve the milestones
Got it.
for those. And so you will see a number of expenditures like that spent over a period of the next fiscal year.
All
or
right,
so.
that makes a lot more sense. So these are awarded, but we pay them out over time. I was wondering why we had $300,000 left in the multifamily, but we don't.
Correct.
We've awarded them, but we pay it out as they do the work.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. I just needed someone to explain that.
No worries. Councilmember Lamon.
The financial consultant is part of the holistic review going to be the advice on whether to move forward, and if so, how, with the utility taxes and the commercial property tax increases potentially? Is that in the realm of what you have in mind?
Yes, I think I'd like to have a consultant look at all potential sources of revenue, whether it's an adjustment or a brand new source. Also, very importantly, to help advise us on ways that we can trim spending where we can.
Okay. May I squeeze in one final, just logistical? The mental health clinician staff is not listed here and is not listed in the police department. My understanding was in the original MOA, that person was going to report to you or to your department. Where is that FTE?
Speak to that as well.
That's on page
Sure. So
11.
the expenditure itself is going to be in our general government account. So that's the 9,000 account in your budget book. It's the intergovernmental. That's just where we decided to place it when we did the transfer in the second budget amendment for FY25. It doesn't show as an FTE because it's fundamentally it's a contract with the county. The employees are county employees.
They don't. And do they report to your office? Like that was part of the original arrangement, right?
Yeah, so the program is managed by the city manager's office. The employees themselves report to their county supervisor.
To the county supervisor. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing that everyone's desk on this end look pretty clear, I think we're gonna call this meeting to adjournment. So thank you all so much, staff. I know that this has been a long night, but I appreciate you sticking it out with us. And with that, unless there are any objections, I move that we adjourn for tonight. Thank you all so much. Have a good night.
My eyes are dry.